he was like a frat boy the way that he acted. Adian is like, I don't give a about anybody or anything.
He's a toxic frat boy instead.
Maybe that's why I like him. He's toxic.
That's not a good thing.
Hey everybody, this is Kat.
And Rachel.
And you're listening to the Smut Peddlers podcast, a show for people who love books, especially when there's smut. We discuss our likes, our dislikes, and share all our favorite moments with you.
Today we're talking about Heir of Fire Part 1 by Sarah J. Maas. So grab your favorite beverage and get ready to burn with us.
So guys, at this point, we have gone through 2 other books. Trigger warnings are the same. Blood, gore, torture, murder, grief, loss, trauma. It's all in there. It's a fantasy book. This will be a common theme throughout the remainder of this series. So that is our upfront warning that there might be some triggers. If you've made it to this point, I wouldn't say this book is worse than the other 2, but it's definitely on par with the other 2.
Yeah, it's on par.
Yeah.
Great. So we're on Heir of Fire, and we're reading the first part of this one. The description for this book is Celaena has survived deadly contests and shattering heartbreak, but at an unspeakable cost. Now she must travel to a new land to confront her darkest truth, a truth about her heritage that could change her life and her future forever. Meanwhile, brutal, monstrous forces are gathering on the horizon, intent on enslaving her world. Will Celaena find the strength to not only fight her inner demons, but to take on the evil that is about to be unleashed?
Dun dun dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
So, I have only read part 1. I have not read the whole book. So I don't have a full rating, but part 1 for me is definitely 4 stars. I very much enjoyed it. The front portion of part 1 was, I would say, difficult at first to get into, only because it's a lot of world building, and that's like my least favorite thing, honestly. And I just want action. That's all I want in a book. And I know I have to learn about all the people and all the things and what everything looks like and everyone's, like, you know, attitudes and the way that they react to each other. I understand that. Which is why it's still a 4, because I know this is a fault of my own and not a fault of the book or how it is written.
It's a personal fault.
And
great.
Just 1 pepper. Maybe.
It's
No.
hard to rate it because we're only halfway through it.
I don't know. Book 2 was a 1 pepper, so I'm gonna stick with 1 pepper because it hasn't gotten more spicy. It's less spicy so far.
We're still we're still basically at 1 pepper for where we're at. Yeah, it's less spicy than book 2.
Yeah.
Book 1 is not spicy at all.
I would say it's about book 1 so far. So 0 right now. But I'm still halfway through.
Yeah,
so
pretty much.
It could get more spicy. We don't know. We shall find out.
Let's go through your character list.
Mm-hmm.
We have a bunch of new people. This is obviously taking place in a new area. We have now moved from the kingdom of Adarlan, and we are going to Wendlyn. So there's a lot of new characters that get introduced. Lots of new kind of world building and locations. So who do you think so far is like the people of importance for part 1?
So I have a lot. I have people that I just love, and I love them as side characters in this so far, and I don't know if they're necessarily going to be important throughout the series, but I think they're important in this book at least. There are definitely a few people that I think are going to be important for a long period of time. So and I did not listen to the audiobook, so all of my pronunciations are going to be whatever my brain said. So I apologize in advance, sorta. I should apologize, because if not, people are going to get mad at me. But, you know,
I'm excited.
This is just how my brain works. Aiden Ashrivi, he is
Aiden Ashriver.
Ashriver? Ashrai. Wait.
Ash River.
Ash River. Aiden.
Yep.
No.
Adian.
Adian.
Adian Ash River.
A-D- Oh, I guess you pronounced the E in there for... Well,
Yep.
you're pronouncing it later. It's A-D-N?
No, because it's the I. You're pronouncing the I-O-N.
Okay.
Adian.
Adian at Ash River.
Yep.
In this, in part 1, you learn that he is the general of the North for the King of Adarlan. You also learn that he is Aelin's cousin, which is a tricky little thing. So there is a lot of, sir, what are you doing and why are you helping the king? But also, like, you think Aelin's dead, so, like, what's happening here? Are you doing this for survival? We find out, obviously, throughout the chapters that he isn't just doing this necessarily for survival. He is plotting against the King of Adarlan, but not outwardly. I think of all of the people, it is the most nonchalant, like, not in your face plotting. So, like, you knew Nehemia was against the king. You knew that Celaena didn't like him. Adian, it's not really there until, like, you hit a specific chapter and you're like, oh shit, like, he's not a POS. He's just,
He doesn't trust anyone.
yeah.
Like,
So he doesn't
we're
bring anyone
getting
in.
all of the perspective of people who we get their inner dialogue, and you don't get Adian's for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's basically just brought in as, you know, he's a good, like, kind of antagonist to the story up until a point.
Yeah. I did like his character before. Like,
his character is great.
He was an asshole, like, at the whole beginning.
He's Dorian 2.0.
Yeah.
Like, the whole beginning of the book, he is Dorian 2.0. We don't have Dorian being a little fuckboy anymore, so we have Adian being a little fuckboy.
Dorian was, like... He was, like, a frat boy, the way that he acted. Adian is, like, I don't give a fuck about anybody or anything.
He's a toxic frat boy instead.
Maybe that's why I like him. He's toxic?
That's not a good thing! Oh, Lord. Thank God you're in a relationship right now.
Mm-hmm. And he's not toxic. He's actually a very delightful human being.
That's true.
I'm the toxic one in our relationship. Maybe not really. So I think
if you had to pick one.
Yeah, if you had to pick between the two of us, I definitely am, probably the more toxic of the two, but it's fine. I believe he is going to play a big part throughout the series and not just this book. Mm-hmm. Then you also, the next one that I think is going to be a big part of the series is Rowan. And this is probably because I was semi-spoiled from the internet like ages and ages ago. And all the internet talked about was Rowan this, Rowan that, Rowan whatever. So the only two characters that I ever saw the names of online prior to even like thinking about reading the series was Rowan and Aelin. Didn't have any context about them, just those two names. So I have a feeling he's going to play a big part in the rest of the series.
It's hard to stay away from those two names on the internet.
Yeah.
Especially in book talk. It's impossible.
Yeah. So anytime I saw those names, I knew to like scroll past. So I don't have any context outside of what I've read so far.
You are aware of his importance immediately, just because you know what his name is before you started reading.
Yes. As a description for him, it's pretty like, he's pretty, not necessarily shady, but he just like, that you don't learn a lot about him up front. As you go through, you learn like bits and pieces, but it's similar to how you learn about like Archer or Elena. You like get a little bit at a time, which I think is nice. You learn that he's a prince, but you don't know of who. My thought is he's the prince of Maeve, Queen Maeve, which is one of like the three.
So it does say when he's introduced that he's of Maeve's sister map.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch it.
Sorry, Mora.
Mora.
Because there's Maeve. Sorry. Mauve.
Is it Mauve or
Maeve,
is it
Mora,
Maeve?
and Mab.
Yeah.
It's painful. Maeve, Mora, and Mab.
Okay. So
which you
Rowan
you
is
also have them written down as well.
Yeah. I have the 3 queens. Because we get a little at a time, and it's very on par for Sarah to give us like a little bit and then them to come back later.
She trickles one of the things that I do like about her writing so much is the way that she trickles in lore as the story goes on, and like very important lore where you get to a point where you're like, this is important. I am going to highlight this. I need this for later. But it's not like that was one of the things I think that people struggled with Crescent City, is that it was so much all up front, all at once. And then the story started happening. And I think that she like kind of switches back and forth, where sometimes she's doing like a lot up front because she just needs to get it out of the way. Heir of Fire even could be considered that a little bit, of like she's got a lot of information because she's taking you to a new place. She introduces a bunch of fucking characters immediately and then is like, okay, now we can do stuff. Now we can go do story things.
So like, if you guys watched our last 2 episodes, or our episode for the first 2 books, not last 2, but like the first 2 books, book 1 I gave a 4-ish star, and then book 2 I gave a 5. Book 1 is the one you get all the background and like upfront world building, and you're gonna see a theme with me that if there's a lot of world building, it's usually just slightly down a notch, because I like when it's just trickled in. Like book 2, perfect.
Yeah.
I thought that was great because it was trickled in. So Prince under Mora, Rowan. One thing I love about his character right now, I like that he turns into a bird. I just love birds. It's a big,
he's a hawk.
Yeah. He's a white-tailed hawk.
So that's the other thing that's kind of important about Rowan, is he's fae. So one of the things that is big about where she ends up going, she goes to Wendlyn and she goes to Doranel. And in this part of the world, magic is not gone. Mm-hmm. So magic still exists over where these territories are. And this is where a lot of the fae still live, and because there's magic still where they are, they can still use all of their fae powers. So Rowan is fae. The line that he comes from is from these 3 sister queens, who are Maeve, who's still alive and is a big part of this story. She's like the queen that still lives. She rules over in Doranel. She kind of rules over Wendland is a separate like area, but they follow the same.
She's considered queen of the Fae at this point. Like,
right.
She is the sole queen of the Fae.
Yeah,
right now.
And Wendlyn still has Fae in it, and they follow like the old like laws of and rules of magic and that kind of stuff. So Rowan is Fae, and his thing is that he can change into a hawk. So a lot of the Fae will have a other form that they can change into. We learned in the last book that Aelin, who is Celaena, Aelin, same person, her transformation is that she can change from Fae to human.
Yeah.
That's her like Fae transformation thing. So his is to turn into a hawk. And throughout like the whole book, like there's a hawk that shows up and sits on a perch, and then there's a hawk that shows up over here and sits on a perch, and then eventually she's like, you shit, that's you. Okay,
I know those eyes.
So the 3 queens are the other thing that we wrote down. And I'm just gonna run through them real quick. Mm-hmm. So there's Maeve, Mora, and Mab. Maeve is the current alive queen of the Fae. Mora is who Rowan comes from. Comes from that line of heritage. And then Mab is the other sister queen, and that's the line that Aelin comes from. And that line, Mab, I can't remember what she did, but like she did something at some point that like basically they promoted her to a goddess from a queen. And after Mab like passed away, she was elevated to up to being a goddess, and she is associated with Deanna, Lady of the Hunt. Which is like another deity that is like really important in this whole series. So those are the three
Yeah, a
queens.
lot of the stuff from Elena that we learn in books 1 and 2 are that Elena comes from Mab as well, and so a lot of, not necessarily her powers, but you learn that Elena fought beside kind of her partner Gavin, and then in tandem, based off of how you learn about her, you get this idea that like Queen Mab was similar. And so she did similar things. And like given that she was put into a goddess status, it makes you think that like she definitely was a warrior as well, just like Elena. And then Elena. And then Celaena will be, or Aelin will be.
I don't think Elena's actually related to Mob. I think Elena is... I'm trying to remember now.
Well, Aelin is related to Elena, and if she's in the same...
Elena is an aunt of Aelin.
Okay.
It's Aelin's dad is the Galathinius, which comes from Brannon and then Gavin and... Yeah, Brannon and then Elena and Gavin, and then down to Aelin, which comes from the Brannon line. But then Aelin's mom is an Ash River, and that's who comes from Mob.
Oh, okay.
So the Ash Rivers are from Mob, which is why Adian is also from Mob's line. Because she's Ash River Galathinius. So you have the Galathinius line, which is Gavin and Dorian and that side. But because Galathinius and Havalier married, and that's how you got Dorian. So that's kind of where his magic comes from, because the magic comes from Elena, and then goes down that way. But then Elena had a brother, I'm pretty sure, and the brother descendants, because that's where the crown of Terrasen kind of goes down, is on the brother's line.
So
is
Brannon,
Elena's brother.
And then...
Brannon basically had like definitely 2 kids. They don't really talk about it too much. One of them is Elena. Another one must have been a brother that then had the crown, and then that line went down and ended up with Aelin, because that's the crown of Terrasen. And then Elena was married off to Gavin, who's the Havalier, who has the crown of Adarlan. And then there's Doranel, which is what we've been talking about with the 3 sister queens.
Okay.
And Mauve, is the
Mauve
last
or is it
queen.
Maeve?
Maeve. Damn it.
It's Maeve, because Mauve is a color.
Yes, no. Maeve is the last queen that's alive, and she rules over Doranel, and she's the queen of the Fae.
It's as clear as mud.
It's super clear. Everyone knows what's going on. I have read this entire series, and I still, when I was rereading this book, I had to look up a genealogy. Like, I just pulled it up because obviously, like, nothing's gonna get spoiled for me. I don't recommend any of you look up a genealogy at this point. If anyone actually, like, requests it, just, like, put it in the comments that you ask for a genealogy up until this point, and I will put it on our Instagram so fast, don't you worry. But, like, it's a lot up until this point.
We should put that on Instagram, actually. Let's just do
it. Just kidding. I'm just gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a note of it right now.
It'll be great.
It'll be so good. So
those are our 3 queens.
This is why Kat loves lore so much. Because it's not complicated at all.
Yeah.
Who are the other people that have shown up that you like so far?
Okay. So there are other people that I think are going to play a big role. So you get introduced to the witches in this one. So you get introduced more so to the Blackbeaks, the Blue Bloods, and the more of the Yellowlegs. So we knew of Baba Yellowlegs, who Aelin or Celaena murdered. Granted, she was gonna die either. Like, she had no choice in that little
Self-defense,
scenario.
completely.
Yeah. So you get introduced to 2 other kind of witch parties, and it's Blackbeak and Blue Blood. I put a couple people down from them. Manon plays Manon. Manon?
Yep.
Manon. Manon plays a very large role in this first half of the book, at least, because she is the heir of the Blackbeaks. There's Cressida, who is the heir of the... Nope, she's the matron of the Blue Bloods. There's Iskra, who is the heir of the Yellow Legs. We don't like her. I don't have her on my list of people I like because I don't like her. I only remember her name because I play a video game called Tarkov that has Iskras as a food source.
The fact that
that's how I remember her name.
No, that's it. That's good enough. Good enough for me.
Manon has a group, and we can talk about this a little bit more later, but she has a group called the 13, and she is like top dog in the witches, her and her 13. Or I guess she's part of the 13. So it's her and her 12. And they're all witches. That's kind of what I have for them. There's a lot of lore that we'll kind of sprinkle in as we go through, but I think for now, just her as a character, I think she's going to be a big part of everything because she's like the main focus of like the witches that you learn.
Very true. Yeah. There's one other clan. They are called the Krakens.
Mm-hmm.
And they're basically like, nobody likes them. Like
you get that vibe throughout. I thought they were like wiped out. The way that everyone talks about
they're trying. They're trying real hard. That's one of the things. That's basically how we meet Manon, is that she is out trying to lure Kraken witches out of hiding to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically just trying to like completely get rid of this entire race of witches that are still left. The Yellow Legs, the Blue Bloods, and the Blackbeaks are considered like the only ones left that are like, yeah, okay, fine. We don't like each other. We actually hate each other kind of a lot, but not enough to like outwardly just eliminate us, either one as an entire group.
It's like witches. They know they're all too strong to deal with, like, to want to actually go down that road.
So that's like the 4 is the Krakens is the last one.
Okay. That I just put them as like, oh, they're just gone. They're not here. That might
I only mention it because it's literally how we meet her.
Yeah.
There is still another group.
Then there's a bunch of side characters that I like. So part of this is she comes to Wendlyn, and then she goes to another place. And in this other place, which we're not going to talk about yet, she meets Emery's, Malachi, and Luca. So Emery's and Luca, she works with in a like kitchen setting. Luca is like this happy-go-lucky like kid almost. He isn't really a kid. Like he's, I believe, older than she is, but his like energy is very kid-like. And Emery's, you learn that Emery's was a friend of Aylin's mother, and pretty much has known that like they're related the whole time at the first half of the book. Luca is a demi-fae who also works in the kitchen. She's pretty much brought to an area that is of demi-fae trying to go to Dornell.
Yep.
And then Malachi is Emery's mate, and he's noted as a like fae warrior within the first section. Those are all the people I had highlighted. There are tons of people. There's other characters that aren't people / witches. There's
what?
There's a wyvern that has a name that I think is going to play an important role.
Oh, sure.
Like, but not. There's not I guess like.
I don't know. Are you trying to say that Taryn from Fourth Wing doesn't qualify as
I
a
mean, he
character?
definitely counts. He's
Alright,
1,000% a character.
Then the other character is Abraxos, who's a freaking wyvern. He's
Yeah.
dope as shit.
Yeah,
We'll
I
get
love
there.
him. The first interaction with him, I was like, I love him. That's
Yep.
all.
Full send. This one.
Mhm.
Let's keep that one.
Yep. Nothing bad is allowed to happen to him.
The only other person I would mention is Sorsha.
Who? What'd you say?
Sorsha?
Oh, Sorsha. Yes. I didn't put her name down.
You didn't put her name down. Great.
She's
That's fine.
in the like chapter summaries of like someone who's important, and I have her highlighted throughout the whole book.
No connection to just did not connect with that one at all then.
She is a love interest to Dorian right now.
Cool.
I'm sure she'll come back at some point. And her character, to me, fails the Bechdel test, and therefore she is not listed. Bechdel test, and she doesn't.
You think Aelin passes the Bechdel test, honey?
Yeah.
How many are we at now?
2.
Dear God.
3? I guess technically Sam.
No, we got Sam, we got
Doran.
There are so many people.
Kale. 3.
Yeah, true. Sure.
So far.
Yeah, sure. There are definitely some other people that she has. Because didn't she say something
flirted
about,
with what's his face?
Other people.
I mean, she flirted with Archer to like get him
definitely doesn't pass the Bechdel test. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't know. The whole dialogue.
At least Sorsha's only been obsessed with one person her whole life.
I guess that's true. I like diversity.
Great. Log that one under traits that we know about Kat.
Diversity.
Big fan of diversity.
Yeah.
Good to know. All right, so this story, this story really kicks off in the first half here. Aelin is just sulking in Wendlyn. She gets sent to Wendlyn, and she basically is like, okay, I'm here to kill a specific person. She has no interest in doing so. She's still very depressed from Nehemia, leaving Kale, leaving Dorian, basically leaving every comfort as well that she is used to, and is just kind of like slumming it in the streets of Wendlyn, not doing her task, just existing.
You learn that she like had a plan, but she like kind of stalks the guards and stuff that exist in Wendlyn, and she's like, well, there's not a chance in hell I'm gonna be able to do this, so whatever.
The guy that she's there to kill is
he's like beloved. Yeah.
Galen Ash River. I'm pretty sure. And the thing that she struggles with is that he is beloved by his people. So she feels like immense guilt at the fact that this Ash River, I think he is a prince. I
think so, yeah. I don't have him highlighted.
Is like beloved by his people and is out there trying, like goes out to the front lines and like works really hard to protect his people from Adarlan. And
yeah, he's fighting on their behalf, which is like hard for her. It
makes her feel like absolute shit. Yeah. Because she still is like super wrapped up in the idea that Nehemia's called her a coward. She feels like she's let down like her entire country, even though her entire country basically got like annihilated in front of her eyes when she was a child. So not much she could do about that.
Yep.
But she absolutely like holds herself accountable, and she just feels so much guilt that she can't bring herself to like do anything to this guy. So she's just like, well, I'm just going to waste away. Yeah. That's it. That's her whole plan.
Galen is the crown prince of Wendlyn.
Yes.
So it's noted as every official and soldier she'd seen so far had been similarly good, the same way Galen Ash River, crown prince of Wendlyn, was good. So she has this just like internal struggle of, I think when she first arrived, she's like, he's just going to be like the king of Adarlan, so like I don't feel bad. And then she realizes that no, the king of Adarlan is a special kind of evil that is, just him.
But pretty quickly, she doesn't necessarily make herself known, but they sniff her out pretty quick.
Oh yeah, they know she's there.
Rowan is like immediately introduced. He like
Chapter
finds
2.
her in like a dark. He finds her in like a dark alley and is like, "All right, you're coming with me. We're gonna go see the queen." And Aelin's like,
"Who are you?"
I kind of needed to go there anyways, so I'm not happy about this, but I'll go with you.
Sure, yeah, that's all part of the plan. She even says that she's like, "Oh, a pivot, an entry point. Got it. Perfect. Wonderful. This man is gonna take me to Dornell. Perfect. It's exactly where I want to be." So your first 2 chapters, your Aelin is sulking in Wendlyn. Rowan comes and gathers her and says, "You're going with me." And then they embark on journey. And then it cuts to, we're going to go back to Kale and we're going back to Adarlan. This is where you're introduced to, I'm going to say this the wrong way. Brain is Adian.
Adian, yeah.
You're introduced to Adian. In this, you get a feeling that he is under the control of the king because they reference an onyx ring on him. Kale notices it. So, of course, Kale has now put him in this box of like, he can't be trusted because he is under the control of the king. That's kind of what I have for that. You don't get much about Adian except for learning at this point that he is the general of the North and he is to be feared and he conquers all of these things on the behalf of the king. Like, that's the information you get. Otherwise, your first thought is, can't trust this guy. He definitely is under control because everybody we know with this onyx ring has something off with them.
Yeah. We basically go from hearing about Galen, who beloved by his people, trying to fight against Adarlan, and then like immediately shift to Adian, who is Aelin's cousin. Chaol knows that Celaena is Aelin, and he's like freaked out because this guy who is meant to be like, would basically have been her main protector, is not trying to fight against Adarlan, and on top of that is helping Adarlan, is the king's like main like
bad
Warden
guy
of the North type person.
Yeah.
So, and is like wearing an onyx ring. Like Chaol's like, okay, great, everything's fucked. Like, not cool. He's stressed out about it and is also still stressed out about Dorian. And basically is like, I have to keep them like separated.
Yeah.
Because when he gets there, that's like when Dorian basically gets assigned to meet with and give tours to Adian around the castle.
Yeah.
We meet Manon as well. Like all of the introductions are happening like one after the other, right in the beginning of the book. She's basically out pretending to be a Kraken witch. She's trying to flesh out other Krakens to find them and kill them. There's not a whole lot that we learn about her other than that.
You know, she kills off 3 farmers, but they did come to her house pretty much with pitchforks trying to kill her.
Because she was pretending to be a witch and they were like,
well, I mean, she is a witch.
But she was pretending to be a specific type of witch.
Yeah.
Because I remember reading this and being like, Manon's like giving away home remedies to stuff. when we first meet her, I was like, this seems weird. And then, like, immediately the page after is like, I was pretending to do these nice things to lure out the nice witches. And I was like, yes, that tracks more with what I was. Okay, now I'm on the same page.
Got it. Perfect.
Cool. Great. Yep, we get Dorian and Adian having their conversation. We meet Sorsha,
Mm-hmm.
who is the healer that has been basically healing all of them the
Like,
entire
in the
time
shadows.
that the first 2 books have been going on. So, like, she's been here throughout the whole first 2 books, but she's the one that's been healing them, and she kind of gets, like, favor from Dorian and from basically all of them, because she's kept her mouth shut about the weird shit that has been going on and hasn't reported a bunch of stuff to the king that really she should have or could have.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got good points.
So you learned here that she has always kind of had a crush on Dorian, but she also, because of her background and the trauma that she went through, obviously well, not necessarily obviously, but you learn that her family has since passed. They were killed in kind of like the takeover of all these different lands. And then she comes to work wherever she could. It just happens to be in the castle. And she is trying to just, like, lay low. Like, she doesn't want to be in the center of attention. And that's kind of how you don't know who she is this whole time. You just know someone came and healed them after their battles with 8 bajillion different things that happen in the other books. And so this is the first time she's given a name to us. And then you learn that as well. Because Dorian is like, wait a minute, you look familiar. And she's like, I just happen to be assigned to the southern wing of the castle, and I'm often on night duty. And he's like, oh
shit, you've seen
okay.
a lot.
So you know a lot more than I think I would like you to know necessarily right now. So yeah, there is also a note, like you said, she hasn't ever reported anything to anyone.
Yep. She's
just kept her mouth shut. She's like, these people all care about each other, and clearly she thinks the prince is good in her heart. So
yeah,
it's kind of her only rationale right now,
like,
is that, like,
she
she
was, like,
believes
nice
him to be
to
good.
her
Yeah.
one time when they were young.
Yeah.
She's like, he's great, and I'm like, all right, honey, sure.
Okay. I put in my notes that
whatevs.
Introduction to Sorsha, crush on Dorian, and pretty much she's had a crush on him. You learn since they were wee lads.
Yeah. Not that he remembered who she was, obviously.
He knew, but didn't know at the same time. He was like, I recognize you.
So basically these first 6 chapters are just like introduction. Next chapter, another introduction. Mm-hmm. We've got Rowan and Aelin making it to Mistward, which is the fortress basically that he takes her to before going to Dornell. And they meet, he takes her like literally right to Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve is just chilling at the fortress, I guess, like fully prepped for this meeting, and Aelin is scared shitless. Like, it is...
She's like, there's no chance in hell this lady does not recognize who I am.
And it is terrifying because she's been in the council room with Adarlan, and she's been in the council room with, like, all of these, or she's been, like, up against these crazy, crazy things, and this is one of the first times that we see her, like, actually genuinely scared. Mm-hmm. So Maeve is terrifying. And she basically is like, what do you want to know? What you doing over here? Mm-hmm. And she is like, well, I've got information I want to learn. Maeve's like, I'll tell you the information.
Just ask your questions.
What do you want to know? Ask questions. And she goes to, like, have this conversation with her, and she's like, okay, great. Now I know the questions that you want answered. I'm actually not going to tell you any of them.
Mhm.
I'll tell you them if you learn to control your powers and learn to embrace your powers. And Aelin's like, shit, I have fucked up.
I have thrown all of my cards down.
I put too much
Immediately.
information out there into the world, and now I'm kind of stuck. And she's like, Prince Rowan here will train you to use your powers. And if you learn how to use your powers and control them, then you can come to Doranel and I'll answer your questions. And she's like, cool, great, no problem.
Awesome.
And then
I'll do
again,
that.
she's
Easy.
like, oh shit, wait, actually, I could have bargained here, but I didn't because I'm scared out of my mind. And honestly, she just wants this too much. She's like absolutely willing to agree to anything.
Mm-hmm.
We get some what is some of my favorite lore that you get like in the whole series, which is that Maeve directly said that her parents weren't allowed to marry.
Mm-hmm.
Their bloodlines were too volatile to be mixed.
Yeah, you get this from my understanding. And this is what confuses me the most about it. Is my understanding is that Aelin's mother is related to Maeve.
Aelin's mother is related to
Maeve. That's what, from reading this section.
She's a subject of Maeve. Is what it is.
Is she?
Because she comes from
She's a subject of her? Because it really...
Mab's line. I mean, they're not...
When I read this...
not related.
So when I read this, my brain said, okay, her mother is Maeve's sister, and her father was of no magic. And that is where the volatility came from. So it has magic marrying non-magic person.
Gotcha. So you learn in the end of the last book that it does specifically say that her mother is from Mab.
Mm-hmm.
And that her father is from Brannon, which is the same as Elena.
Yeah.
And Brannon had magic, and Mab, Mora, and Maeve have magic. So you're right. They are both. It's because there's two magic lines.
Yeah.
They're too volatile because she's getting magic from two different places.
Mm-hmm.
It's too much magic. So they're like, she's gonna be too powerful if they have kids. Not cool. Don't want that. Would be
You do learn
dangerous.
that Aelin's mother and father were hiding Aelin from them. Or from Maeve specifically.
The whole thing is the bloodlines were too volatile to be mixed, but your mother promised to let me see you after you were born. Maeve cocked her head, eerily similar to the owl behind her. It would seem that in the 8 years after your birth, she was always too busy to uphold her vow. So they hid her for 8 years. Then after her family was killed, she ran.
Yeah.
Because she knew. There's like a ton of points during this book where you get so much more backstory of her life, like when she was young, and like all these great flashbacks that give you so much like rich, awesome information about like everything that was going on during that time leading up to when her family was killed.
Mm-hmm.
And she like left and ran because she knew that her mother was trying to avoid going to Maeve.
Mm-hmm. There's a note here that I found interesting and that I have highlighted for potential, like, not necessarily lore buildup, but like, maybe it is, because it would be background information for her mother and her father. And it says, "Your mother hid you from me for years," Maeve said. "She and your father always had a remarkable talent for knowing when my eyes were searching for you. Such a rare gift, the ability to summon and manipulate flame. So few exist who possess more than an ember of it, fewer still who can master its wildness. And yet your mother wanted you to stifle your power, though she knew that I only wanted you to submit to it."
Yep. It's a big one. So she knows
Yeah.
now, especially. Well, so like it's been pretty apparent throughout her life that she had the ability to summon fire. There are a lot of stories of her like burning books in libraries by accident and like doing other stuff like that. But Maeve never really got the chance to test the full like breadth of her abilities. Because her mother has been so focused on control rather than how out of control can she get.
Mm-hmm.
Rowan makes a really great comment in the book at one point as well, where it's like Celaena's freaking out about the fact, or Aelin's freaking out about the fact that like she doesn't want the fire to get out of control when they're training, and he's like, if you have the power to bring the fire, you can control the fire and take it away.
Mm-hmm.
And like that is really what her mother was like trying to be very adamant about, so that things wouldn't get out of control for her daughter. And she just knows that's not what Maeve wants. Maeve wants a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And this girl can be an absolute weapon.
Yeah, and Maeve believes her parents to have crossed her negatively. So, like, they lied to her, they didn't uphold their bargain, and therefore she makes a comment of that when Celaena pretty much calls her out of like, where were you 10 years ago when all this destruction happened in Terrasen? And Maeve's only response to her is, "I do not take kindly to being lied to." So she's just holding this like grudge against her family, and it could be like even just her family's bloodline, not necessarily just her mother and father. But she did not do anything to protect these people when, as we learn in previous books, that like the Fae are the strongest force.
Yeah. They basically end this conversation with like Celaena asking Maeve like what she wants from her, and she responds saying, "I want you to become queen." Like she wants this girl to dig into her power and then like reclaim her throne. But she doesn't trust her at all, as she should not, because she has no idea why she would want that. Like, if she reclaims her throne, that's, like, directly against Adarlan. But she hasn't given a shit about Adarlan up until this point, so, like, why does she care now? Like, why would she want her to take back her position? So it's just, like... And Aelin wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she's like, "No, thank you.
She still hates being called Aelin. She's like, I just want to be Celaena and be done.
I want to be an assassin. I just want to be me."
Yeah. One of the only reasons that she goes is because she still is attached to this mission to fulfill what she promised Nehemia, which is like to free Eelway and to like liberate that kingdom basically and protect her people. She's like not thinking about her own people at all because she thinks they're all gone.
Yeah.
So she goes along with it. She goes along with it not to actually train or get her powers to become queen, but she needs information about Eelway, about the word marks. There's like so much that she can get from Maeve if she completes this task of getting her powers under control and actually figuring out how to use them.
Yeah. And then, of course, we switch directions again, and we are with the witches. So we get a bit more information about Manon, and this is where you get a lot more information about all the other like classes of, not necessarily classes,
Witch clans.
clans, yeah, clans
Clans,
of
yeah.
witches. So they give you the background of the Blackbeaks. They give you a little bit of background from Yellowlegs, and they give you a little bit of background for the Blue Bloods, and you're introduced to like the heirs of each one. We know Manon is the heir to the Blackbeaks. We have Iskra, heir to Yellowlegs.
Who is now the heir because Bobby Yellowlegs was killed.
Yes. So why did I think? No, yeah, she was just the... She was the former... Bobby Yellowlegs was the former matron of the Yellowlegs.
Yeah.
So then there's a different matron. Oh, okay. So someone else became the new matron when she passed, and then Iskra
it should technically be that Iskra
heir.
is the leader of the Yellowlegs now.
Is she?
I can't remember. They don't really. This is like
because
they don't really get into.
There are 3 like witch queens. I don't know what you want to call them. Matrons.
Yeah, they're
that
matrons.
Talk and like are at the head. Like they talk
okay,
about
them
being at the
Iskra,
head,
that's
and then
what it is.
Iskra, Manon,
new...
and Petra are like the 3 at the equal level.
They're the 3 heirs.
Yeah.
To their clans.
Clans, yeah.
I wanted to say coven, but they call each other clans, I'm pretty sure.
I think so, yeah. They don't use the term coven.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, you get a lot of background of the witches. I probably am not going to go into too much detail. It'll come up as we feel necessary throughout the rest of the book. The one thing I do want to touch on for this is that this is the first note. So like the witches are brought by the king. So Parrington comes to them. You learn that it's Parrington, sort of. They just say a duke. They don't actually say who it is. But, like,
it's pretty obvious through the description that it's like Duke Parrington has come to all of the witches, which they don't work together, but they'll work together for this. The king wants to recruit you, all of you, to train to ride these wyverns that we have grown in the mountains, and to be his aerial cavalry on these wyverns. And the witches are like, we can't fly because someone took magic away, but you're telling me that we could basically ride dragons and fly again? Sick. Down. Sign us up. Ready to go.
Cool. Get us back in the air.
All of these 3 clans have like that's the reason that all of the 3 clans have come together in the same place, because they are going to now train to ride these wyverns and be the king's aerial cavalry. And Duke Parrington is the one that's like setting all of this up and getting it ready in Morath. Yeah.
When the interaction with Duke Parrington is happening, Manon mentions, and this is going to come up a few times, that there were 2 prisoners that he had with him. One was male, one was female. My theory is that that's Roland and Caltaine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because
I hadn't looked that far. I like caught Duke Parrington, was like, that's Duke Parrington, moving on. So you're right, that's probably our Rowan. Yeah.
The previous book, you learn that Rowan is sent
Not
off.
Rowan.
Roland.
Sorry.
Roland is sent off with Duke Parrington to go to one of their camps.
Yep.
And
they're all going to Morath, so that makes sense that they would be with him.
Then you also learn that Caltaine was taken in the last book by Parrington to go to be his wife. Yeah. So my theory is that the 2 prisoners that were in the carts are Roland and Caltaine. Unsure why Roland has become a prisoner at this point, because we're just given the like, these 2 people are prisoners. We just know that Roland and Caltaine are with Parrington, and this is the only indication that they like exist still. They're not talked about. currently in the front half of this book. She notes that they smell wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And so we know that in the previous books, Roland was given an onyx ring. So he is under some form of control by Parrington, the king, whatever. We know that Caltaine didn't necessarily have a ring, but there was something going on where they were like feeding her something or whatever, because she was seeing a lot of like the in between, having a lot of visions of like all of these things, and knew that they were coming for her. Like there was a lot of, she's under their control in some manner and has kind of always been. And you learn that in book 2. So that is just like a little theory that I have tucked in to this like earlier chapters.
So Rowan and we basically flip back now to Rowan and Celaena, who are in Mistward, and he's like, all right, here's where you're gonna stay. Also, you're gonna do all of these chores, and you have kitchen duty on top of training, because you're gonna
do your part.
Everyone here does their part. They pay their way basically through doing all of the chores and stuff. So she gets assigned to kitchen duty, which is where we meet all of the, great characters that we talked about a little bit ago. We meet Malachi, we meet Emrys, and we meet Lucas. And they are all basically like Emrys and Lucas are in the kitchen. They work in the kitchen, and she ends up working with them. And then Malachi is described as Emrys's mate, because again, we are in Feyland, and Feyland, they're mates. They're not husband and wife.
Yeah. They get introduced, and so one thing I've highlighted is a little sassy kind of inner dialogue, not spoken words. Rowan, so she pretty much tells Rowan as they're coming here, like, they can't know who I am. Like, these people can't know that I'm Aelin.
Yeah.
Like, she's very much like adamant, like wanting to keep, as you said, she still wants to just be Celaena, or she wants to be like under the radar. She doesn't want people to know who she is, that she is Fae even. She just kind of wants to lay low. I'm just here to train, to get to Dornell, and that's it. That's all I want. And so he, of course, he doesn't make a stink about it, but he's just like, okay, whatever. And so he like introduces these people to her, and then he looks at her of like, hey, go ahead. So he notes in it, it's noted, you wanted to remain unidentified, so go ahead, princess. Introduce yourself with whatever name you want. And so she introduces herself as Alentia, which I think is a nice little ode to what she wants to be.
Yeah. It's the name that Nehemia gave her, which is so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also in this, she lets him think the worst of her. Like, she does not care. And Rowan is just like, this is some spoiled brat. Mm-hmm. Like, she is a spoiled girl, didn't do anything for her country, and just is like, been living whatever rich luxury life.
Yeah.
Because she even said, like, in one of the previous chapters, like, Maeve almost goes to say that she went to Endovier, and she cuts her off because she does not want Rowan knowing, and, like, doesn't want that pity from him. Mm-hmm. So she's just like, well,
yeah, you can think
whatever.
I'm a brat. Go ahead. In this one, I believe she also does her like first kitchen duty, and you get a little bit kind of background of Emrys and Luca. Emrys, you learn, is kind of like the head of the kitchen. You also learn that so we're in Mistward, and a majority of people at Mistward are training in some capacity to go to Dornell. You learn in this
Because
that
Maeve doesn't let in any demi-fae that aren't going to be of use to her.
Yeah.
So they go to Mistward first.
Yeah.
And they basically get trained to see if any of their powers are going to be of use to Maeve before they can go to Dornell. And Emrys is one of the ones that tested, didn't really do anything spectacular, so he's just kind of still at Mistward, and they like it there and choose to stay instead of going back to wherever they were before, because it's a bunch of other demi-fae that aren't going to look down on them. Like, they're all kind of in the same boat.
Yeah. You learn that Emrys too is like considered like the historian of the people in Mistward as well. He has like all of this knowledge of kind of past events. And so a big part,
He's like a story keeper.
Yeah, he's considered a story keeper is like I think the correct term. You learn that he just likes his role of that. He likes being the story keeper. He likes being the head of this kitchen and like keeping kind of the boat running, as it were, in this area. He gets a lot of satisfaction with interacting with everyone that comes through the kitchen. So you don't get any indication that he's trying to like be anywhere else. He is content where he is in his place.
He's got his mate. He's got a job. He's got people he likes. He's set. He's like, I'm good. I'll be here.
Luca, you learn, is still training. Like, his kind of goal, and you can see he has like a lot of he's like outwardly excited about his potential future of going to Dornell, but he also isn't like, he doesn't like hate his time where he is either. He kind of is like making, not necessarily making the best of it, but like just seems like a happy-go-lucky character, which is a like stark contrast to Celaena. We know from previous books that she's not like the in-your-face like bubbly character. In this book, she is very much in a dark way and just does not kind of give a shit about anyone, except not even herself. She doesn't even give a shit about herself. She's just like, I'm a husk of a being, and here we are. Let's just take it every day, I guess.
So now we flip back again quickly to the witches.
Yep, back to the witches.
So the witches are getting settled in. They've kind of picked their locations within the Northern Fang, which is kind of where these wyverns are housed. And we start to see some of the wyverns that that are basically available to like be claimed and then flown. And there is one behemoth. He is huge and terrifying and is like obviously like the alpha. All of the heirs are going to want him, and his name is Titus. He is ginormous and terrifying, and it's like immediately all of the heirs kind of single him out as being like, I'm going to try to claim that one, and that one will be mine. In this same chapter, we get another note about something doesn't smell right here. Something is very off about this whole place.
It smelled like those two prisoners she'd seen with the Duke. In fact, this whole place reeked like that. The scent wasn't natural. It didn't belong in this world, is Manon's description of when they arrive. So you just get this another, like, it doesn't smell right. Something's off.
We flip back again. This is just going to be a theme now for the rest of, like,
just back and forth.
All of the rest of the writing, because we've got multiple stories going across multiple lines. And
you get a bit more background of the witches in this section, though, like in this little kind of before we flip back.
Okay.
You get that. So we have the matrons are kind of the three heads of the clans, and then you have the heirs, and there's a lot of conversation about how like this tier is protected by this tier, who's then protected by this tier, and it just kind of goes down. Like everyone is protecting the other person's back. So it's the matron, and then the heirs, it is their responsibility to make sure that their matron stays safe. And then we also get a touch of how the 13 works and how Manon has a second in command, and that she is also always there to protect. And like there's a conversation, and not necessarily conversation, but there's description of how she isn't her friend, but she knows that she can trust her with her whole life. And that's kind of like, you get this idea that like there are, this hierarchy within the witches is like very, very important. And I think having that information is very good going into learning more about the storyline in general. And we get Stinky Iskra. We don't like
Stinky.
At least
Iskra.
I don't. I don't like her.
We really have why Iskra and not Petra?
I don't know. Petra's just kind of like there. She doesn't really like stir the pot.
Gotcha.
Iskra's really stirring it.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. Petra just kind of like, you get this idea of her, and so the Blue Bloods, which is Petra's line, they're considered like the pretty witches. We learn a little bit about this in book 2. So we have the Yellow Legs, who have gained more of the like Volg heritage of like being scarier. The Blue Bloods gained more of the Fae heritage of like they're prettier and more conventionally attractive in their world. And then the Black Beaks are like the combination of the two. So like they're very feared because they have all of the Volg like tenacity, and then they're also can get people to trust them because they can appear like prettier. So part of Manon's like interaction, sometimes she has her like silver teeth hidden, and then when she like tries to be scarier towards people, it is talked about how they like come out. So like she can kind of flip back and forth of like being scary versus just like trying to get people to trust her by like being pretty, I guess.
This book feels hard because of the characters switching back and forth constantly.
Yeah. It's definitely a lot. It's a lot to track. The first section, like I said at the beginning, it was harder for me to get into it because at this point we're at chapter 13 of 35. And so your first 13 chapters, you get like no information. Because you're just getting like a little of this person, then a little of this person, then a little of this person.
You get a lot of information. You just don't get a lot of story.
Well, yes. But the way
the story
it works
progression
is like
isn't
you
super
get,
significant.
I wish it was like 3 chapters of this person, and then 3 chapters of this person, and then 3 chapters of this, instead of the like, you get, here's a little snippet of Kael, here's a little snippet of Adian, here's a little snippet of Manon, here's a little snippet of Celaena and Rowan, and then you're like, you get to the end of the Celaena Rowan one, and you're like, okay, yes, they're making waves, and then you get the next chapter, and it's like, Manon, fuck, witches again, I guess.
You've got so much more of this to get through.
Yep.
And it's like that the whole time.
So we just learned about the Wyvern and kind of the place that they've been. And of course we jump back to Celaena, and she starts her training at this point with Rowan. The first thing he tells her to do, shift into your Fae form. Because he knows that she's hiding in her human form. And so he's just like, okay, shift. Because we need to train magic. And you can't do magic in your human form. So shift. Now, please. She's like, that's not really how it works. I can't just do that. He's like, what do you mean? I do it all day long. I shift from Hawk to me and then back again. And she's like, it's just, I can't do it. And so a common theme in all the books is people get introduced to her and then immediately call her a coward. And so because she can't shift, he is pretty much saying that she's scared. And
I mean, he's trying to he's
yeah.
poking all of her buttons.
Yeah,
all
he's
of
trying
them.
to, he realizes, I think, that from what he has seen so far, you learn that he kind of watched her when she was in Wendlyn. And we think that maybe he has a bit more background from Maeve about her. He realizes pretty early on that the way he's going to get her to do something is if she's angry. And so, yeah, like you said, he pokes and pokes and pokes at her and says, like, kind of nasty things to her. Of, like...
None of it's really getting a reaction. Like, she's being very sarcastic back about all of the things. And then he calls her a coward and she shuts down. And he's like, found it. Got it. Cool.
Yep.
And then he just is like, cool, I found the open wound. Let me just shove my thumb all up in there and really get it going. And it still, like, doesn't work.
No.
Like, she does not.
She has kind of gotten to this point of any time that she has reached that level of, like, despair, is she just shuts down. So, like, there are always a description of she stopped hearing him, she just stopped. So, like, even when she was in the fight with Cain, there was a period where everything, she, like, stopped hearing things. She stopped hearing the crowd. She stopped hearing people. She stopped hearing Kale tell her to get up. She kind of, like, went into this, like, numbness. And you learn that every time she gets into a scenario like this, he's calling her a coward. He's saying that you ran for 10 years when innocent people died. Like, you didn't stand for your, like, land, country, whatever you want to call it. And she just stops hearing him. She, like, completely zones and, like, blocks everything out. And that's a pretty common theme with her.
And he keeps calling her names. And she's, like, at the end, she's like, she tries for Nehemia. She tries to dig down into her power. And there's, like, nothing there. Like, it says she found only cobwebs and ashes. So she, like, has no idea how to get back to being in a mental state to be able to, like, even dig into her power, because she's just broken.
She's been through a lot.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, the way that he's going about it is the best plan on the planet, but it's fine.
No.
So they try another method, and he's like, all right, fine, you need, like, a goal. So if you can make it through this field of the dead and come back, I'll take you straight to Dornell. We're good. Like, we can just kind of skip all the other stuff. We'll go right to Dornell. And she goes, dope, sounds great. Here I go.
She's like, I can block out whatever bad stuff is here. I'm used to that. That's what I've been doing for 10 years.
Just blinders on, walk through the field, walk back. We're all good. Does not go to plan. She ends up being confronted by, like, this creature that she has no idea what it is.
It doesn't go for plan for her, but it also doesn't go for plan for Rowan, because he didn't know that this creature existed.
Also has no idea what it is. And it's, the best way that I can describe it is it's like a Dementor from Harry Potter. Like, it saps all of the joy out of you and makes you relive, like, literally your worst memories on the planet. We get, this is where we get the backstory of, in pretty vivid detail, about her parents' death. It's described in this that she goes to, like, get into bed with her parents, and she thought that the bed was wet because of the rain. It's not. It's not the rain. It was blood. It's
There's
so
a note
sad.
during this one section that I have highlighted where it's describing what she sees. And this is going to tie back. This is all going to be lore related. She notes that she sees nothing, only endless black and the breathing thing that was closer now, reeking of dust and carrion and another scent. Something she hadn't smelled for a lifetime, but could never forget. Not when it had been coating that room like paint. And at first, when I read this, my brain said, okay, she's smelling blood. But then I went back and looked at all the things that I highlighted, and I went, wait a minute. She's an assassin. She has smelled blood many times. So there should be no reason that she has not smelled this in a long time. So that's my little lore. It's another tie towards scent and a tie towards something, the thing that hurt her parents, as being tied to all the other things that have this kind of otherworldly scent to them.
Yeah. She describes the thing as being not mortal. There wasn't anything human. She gets a nosebleed. There's pounding in her ears, beginning to drown out her thoughts, any plan, as if her body were repulsed by the very essence of whatever this thing was. The darkness remained impenetrable, unending. So it's just like, it gets all up in your head, and then it makes you vividly relive the worst parts of her life, which is she relives her parents' death, she relives Nehemia, and she is like having a full, complete breakdown, as you would. So she's like throwing up, she's like curled up in a ball on the ground, and she's just like, okay, I'm done, I gotta get out of here, and just like gets up and starts sprinting. She shifts to her immortal form as she's like running, and it says she really did scream then because her throat burned, or maybe that was the magic coming out, at last unleashed. And then she basically blacks out, and when she wakes up, like, Rowan is dragging her from the field. She had vomited on herself, she had wet herself, and he's just like, no discipline, no control, no courage, what the fuck. It's like, and then
he pretty much
he's
says,
like,
you failed.
You failed. I said to face the whites. And she's like, I'll kill you. How dare you? And he's like, that wasn't a white, though. And I was like, okay. So, like, did she fail? Because there were no whites for her to face.
They also
Rowan.
were scared. They saw this thing and were like, no, thank you. I'm good. Yeah, he pretty much calls what she did when she got her magic as being a magic temper tantrum. Oh, he says, you made it to the other side of the field, but I said to face the whites, not throw a magical tantrum. And she's like, but did you not see what I just did? The life was being sucked out of me, and you were there. You witnessed it. And he's like, no, it doesn't count. Sorry.
Also, I don't really know what that was, so, like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, dude, are you okay?
Okay, cool.
And then she basically is just like, no one should have to ever live through what I just went through again. Like, no, I'm not doing this again. And then he basically just, like, takes her back to Mistward and is like, all right, well, go take a bath because you smell like shit.
She's like, fuck you. Of course I do.
Okay, great.
Cool,
I'll go
thanks.
deal with that then. I'll get right on it.
So they get back, and then, of Malachi. They get back. They've also done training at this point. So, like, they've pretty much fist fought because she doesn't actually have access to any of her magic. She has no control over accessing her magic. So, like, when her and Rowan tussle, it's like just two people fist fighting, pretty much.
Yep.
So she comes back, and I have highlighted, it's one of my, like, just the wet. Malachi is sassy, which I like. He also, he gives, see, I want to say, I compared another character to Cassian, and you were very upset by it. He gives
I can't
Cassian,
remember who it was.
It was Kale. He gives Cassian.
Oh, yeah, because that's wrong.
Yeah.
Great.
He gives Cassian energy in the, like...
This one I'm fine with.
Making light of a situation.
Sure.
He's
sarcastic.
Yeah. So Malachi looks at her and says, now that is one of the most glorious black eyes I've ever beheld. And then, of course, Emrys is like, you leave her be, Malachi. Like, leave her alone. She's clearly been through a lot. And then he pivots from that and kind of threatens her and says, my mate works too much as it is. You don't add more to that burden, understand? And she's like, I don't want to bother with any of you. Like, she, at this point, she, like, just had the life sucked out of her. So she's like, I don't care. Okay, fine. Can you just leave me alone? Please? Yeah. Like, just, I want to...
They're, like, really trying to...
like, be friendly
make her feel
to
comfy
her.
And, like, be comfy, or be friendly and make her feel safe. And she's just like, I don't want anything to do with you guys. Like, just let me do my work and leave me alone. Like, I'm not here to make this connection and friendship. Emrys basically, like, is like, he's just being, like, an overprotective female. And she's like, I don't care. He's like, don't worry about it. Like, he'll warm up to you. Like, you're from Adarlan and you're, like, training with someone who, like, none of us really understand. She's like, I don't care. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Just let me do my work.
I just want to wash this stupid pot, and then I want to go to bed. I want to take a bath. I want to go to sleep. And then I want to do it all over again and get my ass beat again.
And that's basically exactly what happens. She does it all over again. Then she gets her ass beat again.
Pretty much. We, from this, switch back to... we're going back to Adarlan for a little bit. A few things happen. I don't know if they happen in conjunction at the same timeline, but it seems kind of while she's doing this, we're kind of flashing back to Adarlan. So we previously talked about Dorian and Sorsha. We were introduced to Sorsha. In this next section, Dorian realizes that Sorsha is from a land that was wiped out a bit, and he doesn't really know much about it. So he sends a message to her, like a little letter of like, where were you from again? Of like just wanting to have a little interest in kind of this and not necessary. It's his first kind of sign to her that he's not like his dad, and that he actually cares about what happens to people, and didn't condone what happened to her family, and doesn't condone what happened to Terracin, and kind of all the other things of like wiping out nations.
He's not necessarily like his dad.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he basically sends her a message and is like, I'd like to have that place added to my map.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so sweet. And like they have this conversation the next time that they meet. He sends the message.
He's sparring with guards. That's how he goes.
So Dorian has been training with other people because he's not really like talking with Kale a whole lot right now, because Kale's keeping everybody at a distance because he makes smart decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's been training with the guards, and he basically he likes talking to Sorsha. So anytime any little thing happens to him, little cut, little bruise, sprains his wrist, goes to Sorsha. He goes to Sorsha, and she's like, I can't really do anything about your sprained wrist, but like, thanks for coming to say hi.
Here's some pain salt, tonic.
They start talking, and she kind of starts prodding about all of the stuff that she's witnessed and that's happened, and is like, how's your friend the King's Champion doing? Like, how's Fleetfoot? Which was so nice. I did love that.
Yes.
And is like, he's like, thanks for keeping all of our secrets, by the way. And also, are you going to keep doing that? And she's like, yeah, probably. Yeah. Like, there's no reason that I would tell him. And she's like, yeah, that would be pretty bad, actually. Like, you know, if he found out about stuff, he'd probably, like, you know, kill your friends, kill Kale. And, like, she goes down, she's like, keeps talking, goes down this rabbit hole.
She like spirals.
And he is like, he is full freaking out and cannot control his magic. And he, like, literally, like, explodes.
Yeah.
And his magic, he can't control it. And it basically, like, erupts and knocks a bunch of shit off the desk. And
shatters
like,
a bunch
he's
of
in
things.
a full panic, and she immediately is like, okay, cool, this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna push my desk over, we're going to pretend that I did this, I did something, I spilled it, like, I slipped and, like, I forgot oil on the floor or something like that, and I made this huge mess, and we're not gonna talk about this to anybody else. And just, like, completely covers for him. And, like, she gets in a little bit of trouble with the, like, main healer. And she's like, you're so lucky that, like, he was so nice about it and wants you to keep treating her. It's because, like, I offered to treat him from now on. And he's like, no, I'm good. I'll keep working with her. It's fine. It's okay. It's like, you thank your lucky stars.
It was
like,
just
right,
an accident.
Fine. It's fine. Cool. Everything's good. I think their interactions are cute. They might not be, like, the biggest story plot point on the planet, but they're adorable.
Yeah, I think it's cute. I like their interactions. I think it's great. I think I have her in the notes. I didn't have her as, like, a standout character, and it's mostly because I don't think she's stand out so far in the first section, like, in part 1. Like, you learn that she's kind of always been there in the shadows of everything going on, but you don't have, like, a direct, she's gonna play an important role. Like, you get the feel with Aiden that he's gonna be important because he's related to Celaena or Aelin. But you get, like, there's a little bit more to some people kind of early on, and she's kind of, like, still lingering and
people
hasn't
that
really
come with built-in backup lore.
Yeah. She doesn't really have much of that built-in backup where you know she's going to be important. She's just she's kind of like, she's becoming important to Dorian, but not necessarily to, like, all the other characters.
Yeah.
There's no, like, overlap to everyone else fully, except for she's keeping a secret.
She's keeping some pretty big secrets. Yeah.
I think the biggest one now, though, is that she knows Dorian has magic. And that is, like...
Yep.
She knew that him and his friends were doing some stuff. And were like, how did these monsters exist? Yeah. And she kind of puts together that, like, there was a monster and the champion slayed it. Okay, we got that. That's why she had an injury. And then there was another monster. How did it get in here? Okay.
She puts all the pieces together and then is like, I'm just gonna not say anything about this.
She's like, this is suspicious, but, like, maybe he knew that his champion was dealing with stuff. Maybe it's just his champion was protecting us. It's fine.
I mean, she doesn't like the King of Adarlan because killed her family. So she's like, I'm not giving him free information. Get fucked, dude. No. Mm-hmm. After this, Chaol gets caught by rebels again.
Yeah.
Which is just like, dude, come on.
So he was tracking the rebels, and then he sees Aiden approach the cloaked figure in the alley. And so he's watching this and he's like, oh shit. He's controlled by the king because he has the black ring or onyx ring, but he's also working with the rebels. So maybe that's how the king knows about the rebels. So, like, in this first little, like, blip, you get this idea of, like, oh no. And then the dude with the 2 swords, who I think we learn is Ren.
I think that's right.
Yeah, he was the two-sworded guy that Celaena was like, oh, you want to fight? Let's go. Let's have a little party.
Do it.
And so Ren comes up behind Kale and is like, hello, Captain. You're a little far from home. What are you doing here? And so he's captured. But in that, like, capturing sequence, he realizes that Adian is working with them.
So he discovers Adian with the rebels, and then Adian's like, so, like, I don't trust you. I don't really know you. The rebels don't really trust you. So, like, unfortunately, I can't really let you live, man.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. And, like, he's basically about to get killed, and Kale makes the decision. Maybe not the worst decision that he
not the worst
makes.
decision, but
not
also
the worst.
like,
I'm not that unhappy about it, but I feel like it could have. He doesn't know enough about Adian to really be like, yeah, I can trust you. This is also, like, before he says it, Adian does reveal that, like, oh, no, I'm not being controlled by the king. Like, this is a fake ring. Like, I saw that ring coming towards me, and I was like, that smells like shit. I don't trust this at all. And then I went and had a fake one made, and I've been wearing that. Kale's like, oh, what the fuck? That's genius. Oh my god. And he's like, unfortunately, you know too much, so now, like, you have to die. So Kale, to get himself out of being killed, goes, Aelin's alive!
Yep.
And Adian's like, I'm sorry, what? Huh?
Excuse me?
How would you even know that information? Like, I don't agree. And this is where we start getting Adian's perspective. As, like, the third person narration that she writes. And he's like, I don't know how I'm gonna face her if she is alive. I have done horrible shit, although, like, as part of a spy, but, like, he's described as Adarlan's whore by, like, a ton of people. Like, that's one of his nicknames. And he starts panicking because he's like, if she is alive, then, like, that's great and amazing, and obviously I want that to happen, but
she's gonna think I did all these bad things on behalf of the king.
She's gonna think, because he doesn't know that she was...
He doesn't know that she was
an assassin,
Celaena,
and that she's done all these
and the
things.
champion, and the Adarlan's assassin. Like, he doesn't know her 10 years either. So, like, he immediately thinks, like, oh, she's perfect and good and could never do anything wrong because he believes in her as being, like, the best thing. So he just immediately thinks that, like, she's going to think down upon me because of what I had to do to survive, pretty much.
And then Adian's pissed because he's like, you sent her to Wendlyn?
Because he knows.
And Kale's like, I didn't know before I did that. Hold on.
He's like, she's Fae. I send to Fae. They protect. And Aiden's like, oh no. Yeah, so about that, their families don't get along.
It's like, you might as well have just, like, killed yourself. Like, you've only given me a bigger reason to kill you because this is, like, you took this huge risk. You thought I was enthralled to him, and all you had for proof against it was a quick story.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
But he does kind of get himself out of that, at least by saying, like, I know it was a risk, but the men who have those rings, something changes in their eyes, a kind of darkness that sometimes manifests physically. And I haven't seen it in you since you've been here. Which I think is another really good point. He also, this is also when they talk about, they talk a little bit about the Bane, which is
his version of the 13.
Army.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically like his dudes, his elite squad. And they're, like, known to be pretty rowdy, pretty vicious, but wildly effective. And one of the other reasons that Kale thinks that, like, maybe Adian isn't actually working for the king is the fact that the Bane still haven't shown up yet. Adian's kind of just keeping him in his back pocket, like, yeah, they're coming, king. Like, they'll be here any day now, and they're still not shown up. Like,
They
the
had to go
king's pretty
deal
pissed
with
about it.
some, disturbance
Mhm.
in the north. And so I came ahead of them because they're fine on their own without me for a few days. And then they'll come when they're done with that.
They also talk about whether Dorian knows or not. And Chaol tells Adian that he doesn't know. He knows, like, he knows that there's, like, something about her, but he doesn't know that she's Fae, and he doesn't know that she's Aelin. Like,
Yeah.
Chaol has kept that from him because he thinks it'll put him in more danger, which he's not wrong.
Oh, yeah. He does also then tell Adian kind of the full story of Celaena as he knows it.
Yeah.
So he talks about how. So we get this
He
perspective
kind of just, like, brings him up to speed of, like, she was the assassin for the king for a while, and, like, this is where she was before, and this is where she's been, and, like, that she's been in hiding.
Yeah, she's in hiding. She was trained by Arabin, as we learned, to be this, like, elite assassin, and then he also tells him how she went to Endovier and survived, and then was kind of chosen to be to fight for the king's champion. Gives him, like, her whole backstory, and then he's like, yeah, and then I found out that she's Fae. And Adian has this, like, do I like Chaol? Aelin, this is her person, but I don't think I like him. Like, I have to like him because I've sworn
No, you don't.
an oath to Aelin, and this is who she chooses to be with, so I have to like him, but I also don't like him.
Yeah, so he is like, all right, fine. And they basically, like, agree to work together. Adian Ren, who is revealed to be the son of a lord from, like, the Terrasen court, and then the lord, whose name is Murtagh. Yeah. And he's the Lord of Allsbrook, which is, like, a surviving...
So, yeah, Ren is the heir and Lord of Allsbrook. Murtagh is Ren's grandfather.
Oh, his grandfather.
Yeah.
Right. But, like, so, like, there's still someone from her court that's left. Like, now we've basically got two people. We've got Adian, who has the Bane, and we've got Ren, who is an heir to one of her...
They've been leading the rebels, so they have, like, a group of their own.
And Ren's already basically met Celaena. And, like, just ships passing in the night, having no idea about each other.
Yeah, Ren had no idea.
So sad.
In this point, too, I want to.
Ren's like, oh shit, I met my queen.
Well, no. At this point, Ren doesn't know. Murtagh doesn't know.
Yeah, but it's like, Ren has met his queen, and they, like, have no idea.
Yeah.
And Celaena has
had
met
this, like, feeling that Aelin is alive. Yeah.
God damn it, that's sick.
Yeah, no one knows. At this point, Chaol and Adian kind of, like, step aside separately, and that's when he kind of, like, tells him everything.
Yeah.
So up until this point, Ren and Murtagh still don't know. They want to believe that Aelin is alive, and that they are the ones that originally told Adian that Aelin is alive, but they had nothing to back it. Chaol actually has something to back it.
So we move from Chaol and Adian. We go back to Celaena and Rowan, who are still training because she can't get her shit together. He's trying, like, everything. He's just, like, beating the shit out of her, basically. Like, absolutely does not hold back in anything, is being basically, like, as mean as he thinks he has to be, and is just still thinking that she's, like, a spoiled brat anyway, so, like, he doesn't feel bad about it.
So far, the only time he's seen her shift is when she was, like, in dire strafe, about to die. So he's like, if I just beat the shit out of her, maybe she'll shift. Maybe if I just keep just pummeling her.
So he bites her. He bites her, and she shifts. She, like, freaks out, is freaking pissed, and actually shifts. And my note for this just says, Rowan bites her and she shifts. Hot.
Mm-hmm. It talks about how
Yeah.
she reacts to him. There you are. Blood. Her blood was on his teeth, on his mouth, his chin, and those dead eyes glowed as he spat her blood onto the earth. She probably tasted like a sewer to him. He pretty much is like, there you are, in the sense of like, you've shifted. I knew it could happen. Like, here we are. So then they start fighting as Fae. Fae v Fae. In this scenario.
She shifts, but then she like feels the explosion of her power coming, and she tries her best to like hold it back and like does not want to let it out. And he's like, nope, let it out. Don't fight it. And she just like explodes.
Mm-hmm.
It's explained as the wildfire exploded in a wall of blue flame, rushing for Rowan, engulfing the trees, the world, herself, until it vanished, sucked out into nothing along with the air she was breathing. Celaena dropped to her knees as she clutched at her neck as if she could claw open an airways for herself. Rowan's boots appeared in her field of vision. He pulled the air out, suffocated her fire. Such power, such control. Maeve had not given her an instructor with similar abilities. She'd instead sent someone with power capable of smothering her fire, someone who wouldn't mind doing it should she become a threat. So, like, Rowan is her, like, opposite in terms of power. He can smother her fire and put it out.
You learn that his power is air-based in general. And if you know any rules about fire, there are 3 things that you need for fire, and air is one of them.
Oxygen's a big one.
Yeah.
Maybe the biggest one. And he basically was like, yeah, I only did that to get you to shift. And now, like, they have like a quick conversation about, like, Kael basically saying, like, does he know that you're Fae? And she's like, he knows everything. And she says that, you know, they're not together anymore. But she's like, he's safer that way. And they end up talking about
the people you love are just weapons that will be used against you.
Yeah.
This is a little flash into his background that we learn later on.
Yeah. They're like still they're just so at each other's throats in this. And he's like, shift again. And she's like, I can't. Like, I just did it. And she's like, why don't you just bite me again?
I'll never bite another person's woman.
Yeah. Great. You're being a piece of shit to him, but I guess that thing we won't do just because it's another man that is you. It's fine. He gets a little bit more information about her because he says, why don't I give you the lashing you deserve? And she said, if you ever take a whip to me, I will skin you alive. And he's like, okay, if you don't shift again, you're pulling double duty in the kitchens for the next week. He goes from like, I bite you, I will whip you, and then he's like, okay, just kidding, you're gonna do more chores. I'm like, all right, he's toning it back a little bit. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, I don't understand him as a character. You learn a little bit more that he like
this other bit that he says too,
a mate, but then he's like, you'd
probably be
more useful if you
actually to the world if you actually died 10 years ago.
Yeah, and you're like, fuck off. And so of course she responds, I'm leaving, like, bye. He just goes this like up down. It's just like, bro, chill out for like 2 whole seconds. She shifted. Let's celebrate that maybe for like a second, maybe just a little bit.
I don't know, because like nothing's worked before. Like when he's nice to her, like that doesn't work.
But he's not really nice to her.
Well, I mean, that's true. But I would assume that, like, in their research, other people have been nice to her and she hasn't shifted. So.
Yeah, I guess.
She's just so. he's also like, I don't want to fucking do this. He thinks she's a spoiled brat.
Yeah. She says she's leaving, so she runs away, pretty much. Sorta. She packs her shit. She's like, all right, I'm leaving because I'm done with you. Like, you're being a pain in my ass. You're standing between me and what I need to do. And that's that. I'm gonna kick rocks now. Goodbye. So she packs up. She
wants to leave. So she's going to leave Mistward. She's like, I'm not doing this anymore. It's not worth it. I'll go figure out how to save Eyllwe a different way. Like, this is not worth it. And Rowan, like, basically, like, catches her mid packing up, getting ready to go. And she's like, I'm done. I'm leaving. You don't have to train me anymore. Go back to wherever you came from. And he says, have you ever had to fight for anything in your life? And she lets out a bitter laugh and basically, like, turns away to leave. And he goes, you're proving me right with every step you take. I don't care. I don't know what you want from Maeve, what answers you're looking for, but you don't know what I want from her? It was more of a shout than a question. How about saving the world from the King of Adarlan? Why bother? Maybe the world's not worth saving. She knew he meant it too. Those lifeless eyes spoke volume. Because I made a promise to a friend that I would see her kingdom freed. She shoved her scarred palm into his face. I made an unbreakable vow, and you and Maeve, all you goddamn bastards, are getting in the way of that. She went off down the hill side again, and he followed. And what of your own people? What of your own kingdom? They're better off without me, just as you said. His tattoos scrunched as he snarled. So you'll save another land, but not yours. Why can't your friend save her own kingdom? Because she's dead. She screamed the last words so loudly it burned through her throat. Because she's dead, and I am left with my worthless life. He merely stared at her with that animal stillness. When she walked away, he didn't come after her.
So she leaves. She goes on her kind of mini adventure on her own. She makes makeshift weapons. She tries to, like, set up herself to be able to survive in this bit of time in the woods. And her goal now is to get there on her own. She's gonna get to Dornell without his help. Or she's gonna figure out something else.
Yeah, she's just gonna, like, figure out another way to save Eyllwe.
Mm-hmm.
She, like, basically is camping. She lights a fire. And then she remembers after she lights the fire. She's like, oh, wait! I wasn't supposed to do that. There are bad things in the woods here that will definitely kill me. And they're called skinwalkers.
Yes.
And they're pretty terrifying. And she, like, hears them outside, and they're, like, absolutely coming to get her. And, like, Rowan basically has been tracking her this whole time and comes in and is like, you have to shift right now, or they are going to find you, and we are going to die. Because you cannot run fast enough to get away from them in your human form. You have to shift.
Yeah. Your survival depends entirely on you and your ability to shift. So shift now. Your mortal slowness will kill you.
Yeah. And she's, like, trying to weasel her way out of it. Like, well, can't you just, like, suffocate them? And he's like, they don't have lungs, okay? Like, I can't do anything. They are not, that's not how they work. But she's able to do it. She's able to shift, like, on command.
He helps her too. Like, she, like, is, like, sitting there. Rowan is like, on my mark. Or this is when they're about to run, but he pretty much says, you're magic. You have to shift. So breathe and shift. And he is, like, shielding her from everything. He's, like, facing her at this point. They've kind of tucked into this, like, tree alcove, like, I don't know, this, like, hollow of a tree. And he covers her whole body, and she does shift, because when you shift, there's a tiny little flash of light. So he's covering her so that they don't know that she did it. And, like, in that moment, he, like, you kind of get this idea that he's like, okay, perfect. Now let's go.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Because she's like, she does mention in here that, like, he was helping and he was willing to meet a horrible fate in order to keep her alive. He hadn't left her alone. She hadn't been alone. Um, yeah, there was a muffled curse, and Rowan slammed his body against hers as if he could somehow shield her. Not shield her, cover her from the flash of light. And then they basically just, they book it.
Yeah. He's like, run, now. When I say run, go. She ends up saving them.
Yeah, they kind of get trapped because there's a river that's kind of in their way, and they are... I mean, Rowan can turn into a bird and fly over the river, but she's kind of screwed.
Yeah.
So she saves them by using her power again. And she yells at Rowan to shift, and he shifts into a bird and kind of flies away enough, and then she just freaking obliterates them. This scene is so sick. She yells, Celaena broke through the line of trees, sprinting for the ledge that jutted out. Bare granite beneath her as she threw her strength into her legs, her lungs, her arms, and jumped. As she plummeted, she twisted to face the cliff, to face them. They were no more than 3 lean bodies leaping into the rainy night, shrieking with primal, triumphant, anticipated pleasure. Shift was the only warning she gave Rowan. There was a flash of light to tell her he'd obeyed. Then she ripped everything from that well inside her, ripped it out with both hands, and her entire raging, hopeless heart. As she fell, hair whipping her face, Celaena thrust her hands toward the skinwalkers. Surprise! She hissed, and the world erupted in blue wildfire.
She does land in the river a second time.
She lands in the river, which is not great.
It's a pretty common occurrence. She's in a river and freezing again.
Yeah. And, like, everything's on fire. And this is, like, the point that I had mentioned earlier. She says, can you put it out? And he says, you could if you tried. And then she, like, doesn't respond. And he's like, yeah, I'm almost done. I'll put it out. This is when they start to get a little bit, like, more deep. Like, he's basically succeeded now in that she's able to shift. And she starts asking questions about, like, why was that so important? And he's like, because it's the thing that you're the most afraid of. Like, you're literally afraid of shifting and your own power, and you're terrified of who you are, basically.
He does say something nice to her. Finally. He goes,
one thing.
You didn't lose control immediately upon shifting. When you finally used your magic, your clothes didn't burn, neither did your hair. The daggers didn't melt. And as if just now remembering that she still had them, he swiped them from her. Because at some point,
and then
he handed her
immediately
daggers.
takes them away.
He was like, I'm saying this nice thing about you.
Wait a second,
also,
give me those back.
I don't want you to have that weapon. Thank you very much. I will take that.
So they do talk about this concept of your well of magic, which is, like, such a cool concept, and it's important in general, of, like, they basically have a well of magic. So when you go to build up power, you, like, dive basically into this well to bring up your power and, like, get ready and store it. Mm-hmm. And the lesser, like, less powerful fae will have a bottom, and, like, it's a pretty reachable bottom of their well. So, like, they can feel when they go down, and then they're like, okay, I've hit my cap. And if you're not careful, you can burn out. Like, if you expel everything from your well, you're done. Like, your magic will not come back. You're screwed. They talk about how deep Rowan's well is, and his is about a full day. He says, before battle, we take the time so that when we walk onto the killing field, we can be at our strongest. You can do other things at the same time, but part of you is down in there, pulling up more and more until you reach the bottom. She asks, like, if it releases in a wave, and he's like, if you wanted to, but you can also release it in small bursts, and it can go on for, like, a while. So, like, you do get a lot more information about kind of, like, the magic system of how do they pull up more power versus, like, when are they weak and when are they most powerful? They talk about the iron being a really good deterrent against magic. That's why their enemies will, like, use iron on basically everything, because it's, like, the greatest deterrent for the like to magic and them being able to use magic, they talk about, she asks if he'd been, well, he actually says that he had been captured once. And she asks if she had been tortured, and he does tell her that like he was on their tables for 2 weeks before before his men rescued him. And he starts to describe it, and she goes, "I'm good. I can figure it out. Thanks." Like
He took
we
these
don't need
bones
to...
here, and nope, we're
Yeah,
good.
she's
I
like,
can see what happened. We're
Thank
good.
you. I have eyes. I can figure that out. And she kind of, he asks her, was it you or someone else, from like her reaction. And she says, I was too late. He didn't survive. And then she thanks him for saving her. I am bound to an unbreakable oath to my queen, so I had no choice but to ensure you didn't die. But I would not have left anyone to a fate at the hands of the skinwalkers. So,
A warning would have been nice. I said they were loose weeks ago, but even if I'd warned you today, you would not have listened. She's like, yeah, you're probably right.
That's true. So there's kind of starting to
be friendlier
connect
towards each other, which is nice.
He does make a really good point. He says, why was it different this time? He pressed. Because I didn't want you to die to save me, she admitted. Would you have shifted to save yourself? Your opinion of me is pretty much identical to my own, so you know the answer.
That is like one of the quotes that I have highlighted.
And then he says,
yeah,
you're not leaving. He's basically like, all right, well, you definitely can shift, and I think this is the point where he's like, he realizes how, I think this is when he starts to realize that it's not just like she's a spoiled brat and she's like being purposefully difficult.
Mm-hmm.
She's being so honest about like, I literally hate myself. Like, I don't care. The only reason I did anything is because I don't want someone else to die because I made a decision. And he's like, okay, I've seen that she can do the things that are being asked of her. She's really powerful. And she does have some control because she didn't burn her clothes and burn her hair and everything else. She's just too broken. So he's like, all right, I think we can fix that. I think this is like the first time when he's like, maybe that's something that they can work on. So we return to the Weeches. And now we are this is basically like selection time. So they've basically trained on smaller wyverns up until this point, just to like get a feel for flying and get a feel for like how to ride and control the wyverns. But now is the time when they're going to pick their actual like mounts. And they go through this process where the wyvern comes out, it like fights basically a bait beast to show its power, and the bait beasts are literally just like other wyverns that they've determined are like not strong enough, or like the runts of the litter, and they like just chain them like to a wall like as bait. Yeah. Because like what else are they gonna do with them, I guess? But it's like so sad because they're just completely defenseless, and they like shave down like all of their things that they could use to defend themselves.
Spikes, yeah.
They're not like let out to fly to see if they're gonna be able to like actually be worth them training them, because they're just like, they're too small, they're not worth it, so we're just gonna use them as bait instead. So they go through like a couple of wyverns, and then Titus comes out, and Manon and Iskra and Petra, who are all of the heirs, they all want Titus, but Petra does not want Titus to go to Iskra. So she's like, I'll back off because I'd rather Manon have it than Iskra. because Titus is like big and vicious and terrifying. And Iskra kind of sees the two of them talking and is like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, what is this plotting bullshit? And she goes up to them and is like, well, fuck this, and like pushes Manon into the pit.
Yes.
And everyone kind of starts panicking. Like, Manon's second, Astrid, is like, what the fuck is going on?
And
she
immediately like grabs Iskra and like starts fighting her pretty much.
Yep. And Manon's grandmother, the it's not Blue Blood, what the heck? Blackbeak.
Yeah.
The Blackbeak matron like basically commands everyone to like not go down there and try to help her. Like, she's just like, nope, don't anyone go down there. She has to figure this out on her own or die. So she is thrust down into this pit. She has to like either figure out how to like claim Titus or just not die and get out. And she like kind of gets cornered by Titus into the corner, and she doesn't realize that she's kind of backed into the bait beast, like backed up into the same area as the bait beast. And she starts panicking and like trying to figure out what she's going to do. And she like looks at the bait beast and realizes that the bait beast doesn't want to fight her or attack her. She's like, nah, this bait beast wants a piece of Titus and like wants to fight. So the two of them, in like the weirdest collaboration ever, I don't know how they communicate to be able to pull this off, but they both fight Titus like at the same time, and they end up killing this freaking wyvern, this tiny little awesome bait beast who is just like, nah, fuck this, I'm gonna fight him, I'm gonna win. And Manon, who's like a human person, a witch, but like doesn't really have a ton of powers because she's stripped of her powers, and then they together figure out how to fight and kill Titus in like a pit. It's just like crazy.
Yeah, pretty much it's shown that the bait beast can just like outmaneuver Titus because he's much larger.
He's smaller.
And so he can just like, Titus goes to swing and he's like, nope, missed me. And then he just gets a hit on him and like slams Titus against one of the walls.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah. This is such a good scene. You also get, you know that she had her sword with her, her dagger the whole time. It's a sword, but she refers to it as a dagger. It was a dagger compared to the mass of him, which is what the only weapon she had on her. It's called the Wind Cleaver. I wanted to put that in because I don't know if it's going to be important later on. Anything that has a name seems to be important, so her sword has a name.
Names of weapons are usually important.
So she has that with her. That's how she gets the bait beast free. So she just like smacks the chains with it and breaks them with her sword. So then that's how they can like fight together against.
Wind Cleaver, they called her blade. Now they would call it Iron Cleaver. The chain snapped free as Titus leapt for her. Titus didn't see it coming, and there was something like shock in his eyes as the bait beast tackled him and they rolled.
Manon's descriptions, like inner descriptions of the wyvern, is that they have emotion kind of throughout the whole thing. So they have,
and like some sort of communication. Like they
can either, she knows that they can communicate to each other in some manner based off of how like their body language, but she sees their body language as like a form of communication from the very beginning. Cause like they describe her inner dialogue is that she doesn't have any like feeling towards beings being attacked, but you have this kind of idea that she's against the fact that the bait beast is chained up and stripped of all of its like ability to fight back.
Yeah.
But it also goes back to her like, but I don't care because I'm me.
She always has this internal dialogue of like, I recognize that as being shitty, but I don't care enough to do anything about it. So I'm just going to be like, that seems kind of shit, but well, I guess that's just what other people do. I don't really care enough to change anything.
Yeah.
And
So they fight together against Titus, and they win, essentially. Like, they kill Titus. She cuts his tail off, which is his only, like, real
Titus's
weapon.
tail, yeah.
Yeah. And in the end, the, like, guards were gonna, like, finally take, like, they opened the gate to, like, get her out, and we're gonna take, like, they came in with whips to, like, take the bait beast away to, like, protect her.
They surrounded the bait beast with, like,
and she
spears and
pretty
whips
much was
and...
like, yeah, he's mine, leave him the fuck alone, like, he's mine. Her grandmother not thrilled by this turn of events. Like, very unhappy with the fact that now her...
Also, Iskra goes, it looks like I lost my footing. Sorry. I'm like, fuck you, Iskra.
Yeah. Like, oopsies. Is it Iskra that says that?
She
No, I
doesn't
think
get...
it's Manon says that. Because...
Oh,
at
you're
this
right.
point-
Manon...
Yeah, at this point,
It's
Manon's
because,
like, are we starting shit? She keeps, like, being baited by Iskra, but, like, not falling for the bait. And she's seeing this as another scenario of, like, if I fall for the bait, Iskra's winning in this scenario. So she's like, oops,
Yeah,
I guess
you're
I
right.
lost my footing.
Which is...
She doesn't even
pretty
give her the,
funny.
like, satisfaction of, like,
She
I
couldn't,
could have
she wouldn't
died
give
because of
Iskra the
Iskra.
satisfaction of claiming she'd almost killed her.
Yeah.
And Manon was in no shape to settle this in a proper fight. What sucks about this is the fact that Asterin gets punished because Asterin is Manon's second, and she didn't protect her
From falling in.
being pushed into this thing. So Asterin gets punished.
And publicly, that's kind of how they do things. It's a public
and Manon wanted to do it herself, and they wouldn't let her.
Mm-hmm.
So she ends up getting, like, punished with, you know, full strength lashes. To her everlasting credit, Asterin didn't scream, not once. But it still took all of Manon's self-restraint to keep from grabbing the whip and using it to strangle Iskra. Yeah, and then she talks with her grandmother, and she's like, you were supposed to ride Titus. You were going to be the head of all of the wing leaders, and you have literally destroyed all of my plans. Like, you stupid idiot girl.
Yep.
And then she's like, she also realizes, so she learns in this conversation that she's having with her grandmother too, that it can't fly. That the bait beast, like, has basically, like, never been allowed out to fly, so they don't think that it can because its wings are all kind of, like, fucked up
from being attacked on repeat.
Yeah. She says she knew that even if she wanted to change mounts, her grandmother would force her to keep Abraxos just to humiliate her when she failed, even if it got her killed in the process. Like, the witches are just fucking vicious.
Mm-hmm.
She
so we learn that. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, she
we
names
do
her
learn that
wyvern.
Manon names the wyvern Abraxos, and that's after the ancient serpent who held the world between his coils at the behest of the three-faced goddess, and that was about the only pleasant thing that happened that night. And then it goes into her, like, everyone getting beaten. Titus's carcass was hauled off by 30 men.
They're talking about, like, okay, how long to get him in the skies? And they're like, it could be days or weeks or never. Like, they don't know because they've never trained him before. Because none of the bait beasts are trained. Like, all of the wyverns that are gonna be up for selection are trained, but none of the bait beasts are. And she's like, well, we're supposed to begin training with their mounts, like, literally the next day. And she realizes, like, how much work she has ahead of her.
And she has to pivot and kind of hide it from the other witches because she doesn't want them to know that he can't fly.
And they all have these really low, like, opinions about the wyverns. Like, it's either that they're all just too freaking stupid to, like, understand that, like, these are more intelligent beings. Like, they describe them basically as, like,
no more than a dog, right?
Can they understand us? And they said, no, some spoken commands and whistles, but no more than a dog. Manon didn't believe that for one moment. It wasn't that he was lying to her. He just didn't know any better. Or maybe Abraxos was different. And she just basically is like, I'm gonna train every goddamn second to get him ready, because she's still, like, very committed to, like, well, I'm still gonna become the wing leader with all of this. Like, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. And we didn't really touch on this, but the whole goal at the end is one of the heirs, at least that's the hope, one of the heirs will become the wing leader. And this is after essentially a war games that they're going to be a part of.
Yeah,
And
someone's
so,
gonna get chosen to be the leader of all of, like, the Wyvern Legion, basically.
mhm,
And her grandmother is adamant that it be her.
mhm. She's
She
also
is kind of,
adamant
like,
that it's going to
the
be her.
clear choice, because it's either Petra or Iskra or Manon, and Petra seems a little more soft-hearted than
Mhm.
could be wing leader of the witches, at least.
And Petra
Iskra's
doesn't want
terrifying.
Iskra
Yeah,
either.
I mean, nobody really wants Iskra. She's terrifying.
Yeah.
And kind of a bitch, so. And there would be nothing better than watching Abraxos bite off Iskra's head on the battlefield. Oh, it's gonna be so great. We go back to Kael now. He basically, like, he is meeting with
The rebels
Adian,
now, yeah.
and, like, they're working, like, much closer together now. And they decide to go back down to the tomb through Celaena's old rooms.
Tell me what I'm doing down here, Captain. The general had shown no awe or surprise as Kael had led him into Elena and Gavin's resting place, though his eyes had widened slightly at Damaris. But whether or not Adian knew what it was, he'd said nothing. For all his brashness and arrogance, Kael had a feeling the man had many, many secrets and was damn good at concealing it. So pretty much they're meeting here because Adian is supposed to tell him more information. Because, like, Kael gave his, like, showed his deck.
Yep.
And now he's like, all
okay,
right.
I gave you the info. What are you going to tell me now?
Yeah.
He shares with Adian that Aelin gave Kael the Eye of Elena before she left. It belonged to her ancestor. And he basically shows her the amulet with the blue stone. While this meeting is happening, Dorian's listening in.
Yeah, so he's been using the catacombs as, or like the, I don't want to call it dungeons, definitely more of a catacombs. He's been using that area as like a place for him to read up about his magic in like the safety, in like a safe spot that like someone won't find him.
No
so he was kind of going down there to do that and stumbled upon Kael working with Adian and was like, what's happening here?
Like, he listens in and he gets like all of the information. He like hears them talking about basically Aelin being Celaena, and Celaena like giving all of this information to Kael before he left, and then Kael's working with Adian, and this entire time they're like leaving him out of all of it, not telling him any of this information, and Dorian's fucking pissed. Like, they just didn't trust him to do to know any of this information. And I think Kael like makes a good point of like, one, the fewer people that know, the better, and two, like, why would we endanger you by giving you this information if it wasn't relevant for you to have? Yeah, like, you don't need to have this information right now. Point, like, the priority is protecting
Dorian,
Dorian and the information.
So, like, at this point, Kael already knows that Dorian has magic.
Yeah.
He has not given that information to Adian. He's left him out of it completely. Yeah. He wants Adian to think that Dorian is still, like, maybe in
Dorian
his father's,
goes, did you tell him about me? No, Kael says. I'm like, Dorian, don't give information that you don't need to give. Don't ask for confirmation in front of other people.
Did you tell him about me? No, Adian answered for Kael. Though if you don't learn to control yourself, there soon won't be a soul in the realm who doesn't know you have magic. Because, of course, as this is all happening, as we learn in Book 2, his magic manifests in cold.
Yeah.
and ice. So, of course, they start feeling a chill because he's stressed out. And he's, like, panicking. But, like, now
Also,
Adian knows that he
Adian's,
has
like,
magic.
fey and smart and knows
Yeah.
magic, so, like, it's really not that surprising that Adian's able to, like, piece 2 and 2 together. Plus, he knows, like, about his heritage.
Mhm.
So, like, again, it's, like, not super
He also
crazy.
knows that the king has magic, and therefore,
Yeah.
like, it's obviously
And,
not
like,
fully snuffed out.
Adian does make the connection of, like, that Chaol was willing to trade secrets more also because he wanted to get information that would help
Yeah.
Dorian. And, like, Adian and Dorian are freaking butting heads because they're like, that's the king's son. Dorian's like, well, you're the warden of the north and a bastard, and I hate you. And Chaol's just like, dude, can we just chill? Like, we're all on the same team. Like, hold on for a second, please.
I
and
like
Dorian's just pissed.
Of course, he says, two-faced as they come, I don't believe for one heartbeat that he wouldn't sell us out if it meant furthering his own cause. He won't, Chaol snapped, cutting off Adian's reply. Chaol's lips went blue from the cold. This is when Dorian, like, is like, he knew he was hurting him, knew it, and didn't quite care because you want to be Adian's king someday? Chaol's face drained of color. My queen will die heirless sooner than marry a man from Adarlan. That is what Adian says. So, like, just another, like, Adian's like, not a chance Aelin is going to marry you. And of course, Chaol's already, like, sad because he sent her away and she hates him. But then also, before she left, she kind of said, like, I don't fully hate you, but I don't fully trust you either.
Chaol knows that she's probably never going to forgive him. So, like, the fact that he's like, she's not going to marry you, it's like, still hurts.
Just,
but he's
like, twisting the knife.
Yeah, I probably know that. I'm probably aware. So
he also mentions at this point, well, this is all in Adian's, like, kind of background knowledge. He notes that the Yellowlegs matron had been here for a reason, and that men didn't build more armies and forge more weapons without having plans to use them. Those two lines, like, I have them highlighted as being important because, one, we're getting more witch lore in this, and we know that the king wants to use them as a weapon. So Adian's trying to figure out what's the plan here. Why was Bobby Yellowlegs here to begin with? Because she clearly was invited on this, like, circus thing for a reason.
Yeah.
The king now knows that she's dead. Doesn't know who did it or why, at least that we're aware of. He might have some idea. And that's why he was okay with Celaena getting sent to Wendlyn. We don't know. But yeah.
We also get more information about who has survived from, like, the inner circle or the court of Orlan. So we get some information about there's Vernon Lachlan who survived, who's, like, another Lord of Paranth. He says, you know what happened to Lady Marion? We don't, but sure. We never heard what happened to Elide. We assume that Lady Marion, like, died.
Yeah.
But they had a daughter named Elide, and, like, she's presumed to maybe be alive, but they don't know. Like, they basically said lots of children vanished in the initial weeks. But
so similar to Aelin, like, she could be just in hiding.
They do have, like, some people that are still alive from that court and just have been in hiding. Another really important bit that came out of this too was there is a blood oath that the Fae can take to, like, another person, and it's the same blood oath that Rowan has to Maeve. So it is an oath of, like, complete submission. So it's got some magical property that, like, you cannot defy that person. If they tell you to do something, you have to do it, which is why earlier, like, Rowan is like, I can't let you die. Physically cannot let you die because it's part of my blood oath to Maeve. Adian was supposed to take the blood oath to Aelin when she, like, came to power. She was going to have him as her lifelong protector, the one person she could have absolute trust in. Everything he possessed, everything he was, should have belonged to her. So that's kind of huge because although I'm sure the way that Aelin would have used the blood oath is different than the way that Maeve uses the blood oath, but like that's a lot of trust to have to put into a person. So I think the fact that like Adian had already kind of like very much wanted and would have done that for Aelin is like one of the reasons that I think that like absolutely he's like all in. He's completely invested, like wants to get her court together and like wants to put her back in power and get her back on the throne.
Yeah, he pretty much ends that whole interaction after describing that it's not just the blood oath that he wants to still be a part of. He wants to rebuild their world. And he says, when she returns, what she will do to the king of Adarlan will make the slaughtering 10 years ago look merciful. And in his heart, Adian hoped he spoke true.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you're probably right. From what she does on a regular basis, she's not the kind to leave lots of mercy.
Yeah. Very much.
So we flip back now to Rowan and Celaena. And Rowan has been taking her as part of their training to the temple for the Sun Goddess's temple. So we touched on, I don't think we touched on Mala in the beginning, but we touched on Deanna. So Deanna is the goddess of she's like the keeper of the moon. Mala is Lady of Light, Learning, and Fire. So he has been bringing her to the Sun Goddess's temple to, like,
hopefully
basically be like, hey, fire goddess, help.
Hey, maybe
and
you'll
we
learn
get,
some
like,
things here.
This is where we get, like, a little bit more of that lore around, like, the mythology that exists within their, like, realm. So this is where we learn more about the three queens, about the fact that one of the queens, when she died, they, like, basically turned her into a goddess. And Rowan basically says, like, this is where a lot of, like, human mythology and lore and our mythology and lore kind of get, like, merged together and mixed, because in their lore, like, Deanna is the goddess of, like, the keeper of the moon, and then as time kind of progressed, she got, like, merged in with the stuff that came from Mab, which was the goddess of the hunt, hunting and hounds. And they kind of touch on the fact that Mala and Deanna used to be, like, rivals. Like, they used to be at each other's throat all the time, and then they're kind of theorizing whether, like, they're really rivals now or in the past, because the original Deanna had basically died and Mab replaced her. But I guess Mala's still kicking. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
He's like, what are you getting at? She shrugged and kept running her hands along the stone, feeling, breathing, smelling. Did you ever know, Mab? Rowan was quiet for a long moment, contemplating the usefulness of telling her, no doubt. No, he said at last. I'm old, but not that old. She's like, fine. Like, how old do you feel? Like,
do you feel old?
I'm
still
old?
Considered young by the standards of my kind.
He's like, do you feel old?
His gaze was
These days, I'm very glad to be mortal and to only have to endure this life once. These days, I don't envy you at all. Girl! Any sane person would be like, therapy? Would you like...
You are unwell.
Should we go to therapy? let's
She
maybe
does
talk
say-
about these thoughts that you're having.
She does say, I used to wish I had a chance to see it all and hated that I never would. So when she first was like locked into her human form, she did hate the idea of being stuck as a human and being mortal. But then, you know, yeah, you get sent to Endovir. She's like, don't want to.
Oh,
I'm
stuff
kind of
just
over
kinda
this at this point.
oopsies. So, yeah.
You do learn a little bit of what Rowan maybe thinks of Terracin, not fully, but he does make a remark that, like, yes, the people of Terracin were Fae, but they were a softer kind of Fae and that they weren't trained to fight. So then,
Because she asks, like,
why do you think
Rowan seems so powerful and Maeve seems so powerful, and, like, all of the people that she's met, they're all, like, so powerful. She, like, does not understand how her people could have fallen to Adarlan, because it really feels like if Maeve decided to fight, like, dude, it would be fine. She'd be good.
Yeah.
So she's asking about, like, do you know why that is? And he basically says, like, it's been told to me that your people were softer and not as strong.
Yeah, the King of Honorland hunted and killed them so easily, yet when I look at you, I don't understand how he did it. Even with the word keys, the Fae had been stronger, faster. More should have survived, even if some had been trapped in their animal forms when magic vanished. She looked over her shoulder at him, one hand still pressed against the warm carving, a muscle flicked in Rowan's jaw before he said, I've never been to your continent, but I heard that the Fae there were gentler, less aggressive, very few trained in combat, and they relied heavily on magic. Once their magic was gone from your lands, many of them might not have known what to do against trained soldiers. This, of course, she gets mad again, and she's like, so then why didn't Maeve not help? Like, had the ability to help. He says, the Fae of your continent long ago severed ties with Maeve. He paused again, but there were some in Dornell who argued in favor of helping. My queen wound up offering sanctuary to any who could make it here. This might not be much, but this is kind of like maybe a line where he's like, I didn't fully agree with her. And I don't necessarily fully agree with her. I back her because I have to, because I have a blood oath, but maybe he was some of the people that pushed back against not helping. So this is the first instance where you get kind of a taste that Rowan maybe doesn't fully agree with Maeve and the decisions that she's made. I had the idea that maybe in him saying this was his way of trying to give her some piece of, like, people were pushing back. People wanted to help Terracin, but in the end, like, they had to adhere to their queen, but she did offer sanctuary to those affected. My theory is that in those 10 years, Rowan maybe was part of helping those that were displaced and maybe pulling people into Wendlyn or Mistward, or maybe working with those of Mistward who also knew Celaena's mother, or Aelin's mother, and cared about her, and then cared about her people as well. So it gives you a little bit backstory of, like, not everyone agrees with Maeve.
Yeah. They're, like, starting to actually communicate and, like, bonding a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is really nice, because up until now, they've just been treating each other like shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
And he kind of, like, throws her a bone, like, at this part, and is like, hey, I actually have a thing that you could come help me with if you, like, wanted to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I need your help, but, like, you know, I could use your help. So they go, because a woman has died, and they've, like, found this body, and she's, like, a husk. And they're pretty sure that the thing that she encountered in the field that was basically a Dementor, just like this is like this woman died to that basically, which is one of the reasons that Roan brings her out there, because she's like, you dealt with this thing basically, like how did that work, and like trying to get information out of her.
In this scene, it also ties back to the smelling, which I'm going to
Yeah,
tie
there's
to
like
throughout
more
probably this
stuff
whole
about
book.
smell. There's so much stuff about smell in this book.
Yeah.
We're using all of our senses, guys.
Yeah. Celaena didn't particularly want to smell anything on the remains, but she sniffed and wished she hadn't. It was a smell she'd scented twice now, once in that bloody chamber a decade ago, and then recently. You claimed you didn't know what that thing in the Barrows field was, she managed to say. In that scene, she recognized the scent, and it was when her parents died.
Yeah.
So my theory is that her parents were killed by whatever this is. And we didn't touch on it exactly, but there is a note about the description of this being, and it is described to have an onyx like tunic or onyx like thing on it, which makes me think King has something to do with this being, or bringing this being into this realm. Then when we get back to here and she smells that same thing, my brain went, the King has a little bit more power sprinkled in different places. So we have onyx rings that are controlling people, and then maybe now this is controlling other beings.
There's so much. I think it's like part that you're like, when I read these as like, okay, great, I'm gonna read them and they'll be really fun and like I'll enjoy them. But I like blew through them, so I was not like, other than just highlighting stuff, like I didn't necessarily like write it down and then be like, this was connected to this thing, because like I wasn't doing a podcast at the time and I didn't have to. I don't know if I picked up on that in terms of being like, oh yeah, these are all connected and they're connected. I didn't even highlight it. I just highlighted the stuff that was about like her getting into bed with her parents and her thinking that the blood was rain. Like, I think I was just too distracted by like how gruesome that sounded to like internalize any of the other stuff.
When you first read it, it sounds like the scent that she's smelling is blood. That it was unfamiliar to her at the time, but then later she talks about smelling blood repeatedly, and it doesn't tie back to her parents' death. It's just tying to like back to her killing Archer or killing whoever.
I've read this twice now, and still like I'm going through stuff and I'm being like, oh shit, wait, that is probably the same thing as the other thing that we read earlier. It's like, fuck. I miss so much shit. This is why I would not be good at like what Fantasy Fangirls does, because I'd be like, what? I've read this 4 times now. I still don't know what we're talking about. The other quote that I really like,
smell and onyx are like the 2 things I look for all the time.
That's fair. Every time I was looking for smell stuff, it was always like Manon. Or the taste. It was like smell and stuff tasted weird and like all this other stuff. I was like, okay, great. And then Dorian with like the cold. But then once that thing like kind of got solved, I was like, all right, I didn't have a new thing to look at anymore. So I'm like, okay. Whew. Everything is just going past my head. I'm just out here to read for fun, guys. I'm not looking into stuff too seriously. I went real hard with Fourth Wing with like Andarna scales, but like that was it. Like that's all I was picking up on the whole time. The other thing that I really like about this description is she says she asks if all of the bodies were the same of like the other people that has happened to. And he says they were all drained like this, with expressions of terror on their faces. Not a hint of a wound beyond dried blood on the nose and ears.
They get into their brain and just go poof.
They just suck.
You came out of that darkness looking as if someone had sucked the life from you. Your skin was a shade paler, your freckles gone. He like pretty much compares like she looks exactly like them.
Yeah.
But like
You looked
survived.
like this, but less dead, okay?
Yeah, but alive.
This close.
This also ties back. So like she talks about once in that bloody chamber, she smelled the thing a decade ago, which is of course when her parents passed. She notes her parents had been assassinated. She's seen the wounds, but the smell in their room had been so similar. She shook her head as if to clear it, to shake the creeping feeling moving up her spine. So she also is now tying this creature back to her parents.
Yeah, she's tying it now as well, not just us.
Yeah.
And they just still have no idea what it is. She's like they were all dumped in the forest, not the sea, but all within walking distance of water.
Yeah, on like the edge
if it were
of like
skilled
a river.
And sentient, it would hide the bodies better. Like I love that she's like actually using her assassin skills and being like, well, this is a shit job if this person had any skill whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it wants us to know what it's doing.
She compares it to...
There were times when I left bodies so that they'd be found by a certain person or to send a certain type of message.
Yeah. She compares it to like Grave, where he always like had a message with the way he killed. It was very like...
Yeah.
Awful and terrible. But it was always the same, which is why she figured out he killed Nehemia.
If you leave a calling card, they're gonna find out who done it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave a calling card if you done it.
So this is now the calling card for this creature.
Is the smell, which it probably can't do anything about.
The smell. Well, the smell, and then the fact that it's leaving. The bodies are always being left at like the edge of a river.
Yeah, but you can't say that with like her parents though, because they were left in their bedroom.
She was found on the edge of a river.
She was found on the edge of a river, but not by the creature.
Their house. My understanding is that their house was on the edge of a river. Like it. I don't know if it ties, but
I don't know. That seems like a close enough kind of thing. Not.
Well, I don't know. I'm theorizing.
She does. Make a point to bury her. Like, she doesn't like that these bodies have just kind of been left out. And he's like, well, it's too hard. Like, the ground's too hard for us to actually bury her. So they give her a, like, fae, like, funeral pyre, basically, and burn her. And they watched in silence until there was nothing but ashes, until even those were carried up and away over the trees and toward the open sea.
We switched from that really like nice send off to Kale doing some dumb shit again.
Classic Kale. Trademark Kale does dumb shit.
So, of course, Kale's like, well, we can't talk in the catacombs anymore because Dorian found us, so we have to go somewhere else. Let's go to Celaena's hidden apartment. Let me just go tell all of these people where her hidden apartment is, and we'll just meet there. That seems great. That's safe. That's perfect. She didn't give me this place for me to just be safe if I needed to escape. She definitely wanted me to share this information with a lot of people. Many people, to be exact. He makes
a lot of assumptions, okay?
He's
working with the information that he has.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not the smartest, so, you know.
Kale likes to make decisions on behalf of other people. Specifically Celaena. All the time. Really irritating.
He could have just died and not told anybody. That was an option. That was an option that we had not too many chapters ago.
Yep.
Yeah. So he basically tells them about that as a hiding place, and it's because he does want them to have a safe place to kind of go back to and for them to meet, and that's not in the castle and that nobody else knows about or could accidentally wander down. So I do get it. I don't really get why it's like, well, Dorian already fucking knows now, so like just, you know, Dorian was the only other person that knew about the catacombs. You should be able to still meet in the catacombs. The only other person that knew they existed.
Well, Archer was there.
But Archer's dead.
The rebels knew. And we don't know if we trust all the rebels since we didn't trust Archer.
Sure. I'm not giving Cal
I
that
don't
much
think.
credit.
Yeah, I still don't agree with it. I don't think he should have shared that information. Seems kind of not great. However,
Yeah.
it does solidify with Adian that Hale's not talking out of his ass.
That's
that
true.
Aelin is alive because he recognizes they meet there, obviously.
Oh, her apartment is so cute. It's got like the coat of like the colors of Terrasen is like
that's like the first thing
table and
he
stuff.
notices, that all of the color like patterns of things are Terrasen colors. And then he says, there's a note that he glances in the closet and he's like, this is my cousin.
I think
'Cause
it is
she
probably the
liked
first time that
fancy
he really
clothes.
realizes that like, oh, it's real. Like she's alive
Yeah.
and she's existed this whole time and like just been out there, which is really sweet. I like that he gets that little tidbit.
He talks about her power, like her having power, because Adian doesn't really know outside of the like.
Kale doesn't really know a whole lot about her power, though. That's for sure.
He just says, regardless of what I know, magic shouldn't be your main plan of defense or action. I saw your queen cleave the earth in two with her power, Kale said. Tell me that wouldn't turn the tide on a battlefield. Tell me that you wouldn't need that and others like her. She won't be anywhere near a battlefield, Adian snarled. Kale highly doubted that was true, but wished it was. Adian would probably have to bind Celaena to her throne to keep her from fighting on the front lines with her people. That
Kale doesn't know shit, but he does know that.
Yeah.
He does know that. That one, I will give him. He is correct and has predicted that perfectly. Yeah, there's no fucking way she's sitting on
that.
The
I have highlighted yellow, which means I just liked it. I don't necessarily think.
Give me the page number. I didn't highlight it.
215. I don't necessarily think it's important. However, yellow is just, I enjoyed it.
I like the idea of Kale in his head being like fucking hell she will. Are you stupid? The fuck?
He's like, I've known her for a few months and I know that is incorrect. So they go through kind of going around her apartment. Kale has like a haha, you think that she's not going to be on the front lines. And then Adian finally like tells him something. So this whole time Kale's just been giving information and has been like, come on, I need something. I need something to like learn more about these word keys, learn more about what power the king has. Do you have anything? So he pretty much says like, well, I kind of know some of Ren and Murtaugh's recollection of like the day that it happened, like the day power was wiped, or magic was wiped. And he says there were 2 waves of birds. So Adian was captured at this point, so he was just like in a tower, locked away. So didn't have any like, he wasn't on the land when this occurred, but Ren and Murtaugh have kind of like backed what he said. And he said, there was such a noise that birds that day flew away. Something sent them all flying up in one direction, then another, and then the screaming started. I heard some people just died right on the spot, as if an artery had been cut. There were 2 waves of birds. The first went north-northwest. He traced a vague line. From the tower, I could see far enough that I knew many of them had come from the south. Most of the birds near us didn't move much. But then the second wave shoved all of them to the north and east, like something from the center of the land threw them that way. Kale pointed to Paranth, the second largest city in Terrasen. From here, farther south, Adian knocked Kale's hand out of the way, and Dovier or even lower. You couldn't have seen that far. No, but the warrior lords of my court made me memorize the birds in Oakwald and all their calls for hunting and fighting. And there were birds flying up towards us that were only found in your country. I was counting them to distract myself while I don't remember hearing any birds from the 3 southern kingdoms. Kale made a rough line starting in Rifthold and going out toward the mountains toward the Farron Gap. like something shot out in this direction. It wasn't until the second wave that magic stopped. Adian raised a brow. Don't you remember that day? I was here. If anyone felt pain, they hid it. Magic has been illegal in Adarlan for decades. So where does all this get us? So pretty much at the time, Kale's in Adarlan when this occurs. Adian is in Orinth, which is north of Adarlan. He talks about the birds being south in, like, south by where...
Birds coming from south.
Coming from the south. So that would be Morath, Aniel, Rifthold.
But he said that none of them came from the southern three kingdoms, which is Melisande, Fenhera, and Iolé.
Yeah.
So it's like
stopped
this
before that. This
is so unhelpful to people who are audio listeners. But if you
version.
go and Google the map, there's literally a dotted line that like goes across, and Morath is like the last big star on the bottom.
Yeah, so this is the first idea that you get that something occurred and a wave kind of started wiping things out in multiple directions. Adian at this point only knows of the two directions, like the two things occurring, and then there was a bunch of screaming, and so that's all he really knows.
And Kale doesn't really have any information because it's like, well, if something did happen, no one would want anybody to know that it did, because then that would mean that they're magic and they would be found out. So like, no one experienced anything here that they let anyone know about.
Yeah. At this point, Adian is like, you're gonna want to hear Ren and Murtaugh's kind of point on this. And so at this point, Kale's a little kind of pissed because he's like, that's nothing. You're just telling me magic was wiped out. Sick. Awesome. I already knew that happened. So he's like, you haven't really given me anything. Like, I've given you so much, and you've given me but a crumb of information.
Given you literally like a place to stay.
Yep. A place to stay and the information of Aelin being alive.
So much information. He gives them so much information before he like gets anything.
Yes.
So annoying. So basically he wraps up this like encounter being like, well, his only goal is to keep Dorian safe and to keep him as far away from all of this as possible.
Yep.
Which is when we transition to talking about Dorian again. Can you guess where Dorian is? He's with Sorsha. Spoiler alert.
Based off his track record.
Based off his track record this whole book.
He's with a girl.
He's with Sorsha. Just the one girl, not any girl, just this one girl.
Yeah.
She basically, now she's like, okay, I'm going to help you try to control your magic. So, or not control your magic, suppress your magic so that it doesn't come up. So they try this trick that she thinks might work, where if he eats more iron in his diet, it will prevent his magic being able to come out. So he like eats these, like has these iron tablets or something, or they put it in like a tea and they basically say like, this is a contraceptive tea for him.
Mm-hmm.
So that it's not weird that he's like eating like snuff and powders all the time or whatever. Like they put it in a tea instead and he just kind of drinks it. And they are like testing this out and it works. Like it actually does kind of help to suppress his magic. And he gets so overwhelmed and so excited that he kisses her. And he kisses her and Sorsha just kind of is like, I have no reaction to this. I don't know how to react. So she basically just, she pulled away, returning to her work as if it hadn't been anything other than an embarrassment. Tomorrow, she muttered, as she wouldn't look at him. He could hardly muster the words to tell her yes as he staggered out. She'd look so surprised, as if he didn't, and if he didn't get out, he was likely to kiss her again. But maybe she didn't want to be kissed. And like up until this point, a lot of his inner dialogue is like, she's kind of an open book. Like, she's not good at hiding her emotions. She can lie and keep things, but she's not good at hiding her emotions. And he's like, it's very apparent that she has a crush on him. And, like, he can tell.
Mm-hmm.
So he, like, goes to kiss her, basically, and then he's, like, super confused. Like, did I get all of these signals wrong? Like, what have I done? Like, this is not the reaction that I thought I was going to get.
He's also not really used to people reacting negatively to him pursuing them in a manner.
Oh, boo.
I'm not saying that in like a
what do I do?
Defending him. It's more of like
I just like
he doesn't know what to do. He's like,
just
she's like, all right.
Basically breaks down. It's like,
thanks, bye.
Tomorrow?
Just
okay.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah, cute little deer in the headlights. She doesn't know what to do with herself.
Mm-hmm. So we switch back to witches and their wyverns and all of that fun stuff.
Manon's trying real hard to get her wyvern off the ground.
Yeah. So the first thing, she's talking to all these guards, handlers, whatever you want to call them, about, they're like, he won't be saddled. Like, we can't get him saddled. He has bad reactions to us existing. And she's like, no shit, because you keep coming in with whips and spears, and
you've been torturing him this whole time, so it's like not that surprising.
So like, he doesn't like you.
He's pissed.
So she's like, leave the saddle with me. I'll figure it out. Like, fuck off. Like, leave me alone with my wyvern. And they're like, we don't recommend you being by yourself. And she's like, you watched what happened. You were there. Leave me be. As she grabs the saddle out of one of the overseer's hands, she slices him with her fingernails.
On purpose. Because the overseer goes to, like, grab her.
Yeah. The overseer grabbed for her, but she slashed with iron-tipped fingers and sliced his hand open. He cursed, but Manon kept walking, licking his blood off her nails. She almost spat it out. Vile. The blood tasted rotten, as if it had curdled or festered inside a corpse for days. She glanced at the blood on the rest of her hand. It was too dark for human blood. If witches had indeed been killing these men, why had no one reported this? She bit down the question. She would think about it another time. Maybe drag the overseer into a forgotten corner and open him up to see what was decaying inside of him. Another touch of, there is just something wrong here, and she knows it, but apparently no one else is catching on except for her.
Also, she's like, well, maybe I'll just take him and go open him up and see what's in there.
Yeah. Maybe I'll figure it out myself.
Crazy.
She also then is like, we're done with this, whatever you're doing. She tells them, get out. She kept staring into those dark eyes. Leave the saddle and get out. If you bring a whip in here again, I'll use it on you myself. But now, pretty much they leave her be with him, with Abraxos. Mm-hmm. And so...
And now she's like, all right, Abraxos, get your shit together.
Yeah. So one-on-one, at this point, we know she has a feeling, or she knows better than the humans, that Abraxos knows what's going on. He can understand enough and understand her enough to know that, like, she's now going to be his only saving grace. Like, she's putting her life on the line for him. And so he better kind of meet her halfway.
This passage that she says to him is so great. She says, I'm going to put the saddle on you, she said, still cupping that snout. He shifted, but Manon grabbed on tight, forcing him to look at her. You want out of this shithole? Then you'll let me put this saddle on you to check the fit. And when we're done, you're going to let me look at your tail. Those human bastards cut off your spikes, so I'm going to build some for you. Iron ones, like mine, she said, and flashed her iron nails for him to see. And fangs, too, she added, baring her iron teeth. It's going to hurt, and you're going to want to kill the men who put them in, but you're going to let them do it, because if you don't, then you will rot down here for the rest of your life, understand? a long hot huff of air into her hands. Once all that is done, she said, smiling faintly at her wyvern, you and I are going to learn to fly, and then we'll stain this kingdom red. She's so badass! She's terrifying and very scary. And on the wrong side, but shit, she's so cool. Bro, she scares the shit out of me. So,
we're back.
The conversation, we're back with Rowan.
Yeah.
And Celaena. They're fighting again. Training, not fighting. Because things have actually we're looking up here, guys. Like, they had a conversation, like, one time, and now they're not nearly as annoyed at each other.
They don't hate each other nearly as much for these few pages.
He's still trying to get her to shift on command, and she's like, I can't. You know it doesn't work like that. And I'm like, Celaena, you've already done it once. Like, you can do it. You're just, scared.
Yep.
And he says, oh, this one was great. He gave her braid a sharp, painful tug. Unless you're still frightened. Her nostrils flared. The only thing that frightens me is how very much I want to throttle you.
At this point, he's pretty much telling her to hone her anger into her power, because he's realizing that a lot of her emotion that she wears on her sleeve is anger, and she bottles everything else. So he's like, let's use this. Like, come on. Let it be a blade, Aelin. If you cannot find the peace, then at least hone the anger that guides you to the shift. Embrace and control it. It is not your enemy.
He says, see what you want, Aelin, and seize it. Don't ask for it. Don't wish for it. Take it. She says, I'm certain the average magic instructor would not recommend this to most people.
You are not most people. And I think you like it that way.
Yeah, I mean, and he pushes her again. Mm-hmm. Like, pushes her to get angry.
She's like poking him, or like he is realizing that she's like focusing, trying to get the power. And then the scene is great. As you said, she would shift because there is a creature prowling these lands and it deserved to pay. A fierce, challenging grin, and Rowan moved so fast she could hardly follow as he appeared on her other side and yanked her braid again. When she whirled, he was already gone, and she yelped as he pinched her side. Stop! He was standing in front of her now, a wild invitation in his eyes. She'd been studying the way he moved, his tricks. When she crossed her arms, feigning the tantrum he expected, she waited, and then he shot left to pinch or poke her, or hit her, and she whirled, slamming down his arm and his elbow. Whacking him upside the head with her other hand, he stopped dead and blinked a few times. She smirked at him. He bared his teeth in a feral, petrifying grin. Oh, you'd better run now.
Oh, they're being cute.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. This is finally Rowan's not being a piece of shit anymore.
Yeah.
He can get her angry and annoyed doing it this way, which is like annoying older brother, or like just being not a fucking huge piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. So this is like they basically are chasing each other, and like he's still training her, but she's finally getting this experience of like enjoying the shift because she's shifted now. No one's trying to kill her. Nothing's trying to kill her friends. She's just shifted, and then running. She just gets to like run and like experience the world and her body having been shifted, and it's just, she loves it. Rowan raced beside her but made no move to grab her. No, Rowan was playing. He threw a glance at her, breathing hard but evenly, and it might have been the sun through the canopy, but she could have sworn that she saw his eyes alight with a glimmer of that same feral contentment. She could have sworn he was smiling. Yay! Are we gonna be okay now? Like, is everyone gonna chillax?
We hope so. So they go back to a town. He pretty much yells at her to shift back into like her human form so that she is more approachable. They go into this
Doesn't
town.
attract attention.
His methods of trying to get information aren't working. So Celaena Sardothien, the assassin, is like, don't worry, I know how to talk to people, unlike you, apparently.
I
And
have
so
basic social skills.
she's like, you have money? Give me your money. And he's like, what? And she goes, we're gonna go buy some stuff. There's a candy store here and I want chocolate. So
chocolate!
she like takes him in there. They start buying things. And so of course the town's like, oh, this Fae isn't just here to like destroy our town. Like, come
it's
buy
like
my stuff.
completely deserted when they get there, and then all of a sudden, like, they find out that like these Fae have been walking through spending money, and like the streets are full all of a sudden with vendors very specifically and nobody else.
Yeah, and they're like, you come buy my things. Come buy my stuff.
They're
and
like,
so,
would you like the most expensive room that we have? And Aelin's like, I don't want to get robbed, so let's turn this one down. So we don't get so
yeah,
good.
they end up spending, I think, the night camping, if I remember correctly, instead of staying there. And when they're camping, she, of course, has a dream, and that dream is kind of like a flashback to her mother and her childhood. We get a little bit more, we get a little bit more of her childhood in general. Her mother calls her Fireheart. That's a nickname we learn in this time. We also learn of her memory of Adian, which we had nothing up until this point. We knew Adian remembered her, obviously, and said that he would have sworn a blood oath to her. But we get her side of it. He defends her at like any interaction. So she has outbursts with her magic. She lights a library on fire, we learn. Other things happen. And so he is always there, like, kind of growling at the kids that make fun of her, and like he's always like right there at her side. At some point you overhear her parents kind of having a slight argument of like, she needs friends, she needs to go to the school so she can have friends, and her mother's scared, obviously, to send her anywhere because she's scared. Now we learn that Maeve is gonna like come and get her or something, her daughter. And Adian's like, I can just be her friend. Like, it's fine. It's just the two of us. And of course, her dad comes in, is like, of course you're in here. Like, why wouldn't you be in her room right now? Like,
don't you have training or something to go to?
Yeah,
come on.
Don't you have something to do? There is a description that's in Aylin's words of their bond, which I think is very nice. Aiden growled again, his eyes, their matching eyes, gleaming in the dark. I don't see what all the fuss is about. So what if you burned a few books? Those librarians deserve it. When we're older, maybe we'll burn it to the ground together. She knew he meant it. He'd burn the library, the city, or the whole world to ashes if she asked him. It was their bond, marked by blood and scent and something else she couldn't place. A tether as strong as the one that bound her to her parents, stronger in some ways. She didn't answer him, not because she didn't have a reply, but because the door groaned, and before Aiden could hide, her bedroom flooded with light from the foyer. Her mother and father crossed arms, let out a soft laugh, his brown hair illuminating by the hall light, his face in shadows. Typical, he said, stepping aside to clear a space for Adian to leave. Don't you have to be up at dawn to train with Quinn? You were 5 minutes late this morning. 2 days in a row will earn you a week on stable duty again. And I just think it's nice because at the forefront of the book, we got all of this like negative about Adian, of him like being a traitor to his people, and he's working with the King of Adarlan. But you get this little like touch of her remembering him, which I think is nice because she doesn't know he's alive.
Yeah.
At this point,
she doesn't,
because they never crossed
having this
paths
dream and...
in Adarlan. So I think it's a nice little thing. In this, even as a kid, she says, I don't want to be queen.
This part's so cute.
Her
She
father's
says, I
side.
wish I was like the others. Her
Yeah.
mother remained silent, unmoving, but her father gripped her hand. I know, love, but even if you were not gifted, you would still be our daughter. You would still be a Galathinius and their queen one day. I don't want to be queen. Her father sighed. This was a conversation they'd had before. He'd stroked her hair. I know, he said again. Sleep now, and we'll talk about it in the morning.
They wouldn't, though. She knew they wouldn't because she knew
So
there was
sad.
no escaping her fate. Even though she sometimes prayed to the gods that she could. She lay down again, nonetheless, letting him kiss her head and murmur goodnight. Her mother still said nothing, but as her father walked out, Evelyn remained watching her for a long while. Just as she was drifting off, her mother left, and as she turned, she could have sworn the tears gleamed on her pale face.
And then she wakes up.
Yep.
And Rowan's like, you want breakfast? Make a fire.
Yep.
Thank you, Rowan.
Of course. She has this,
Can't
like,
be-
awful, terrible dream of, like, we don't know, but it could be, like, the night prior to her parents' death or, like, very soon before. She jolted awake, hardly able to move to think. It had to be the smell of the goddamn body yesterday. Everything is a stupid smell.
I mean, it's a
Not
triggering smell
stupid.
for her, I'm sure, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
He basically, Rowan's like, okay, if you want breakfast, you have to make a fire. And she does try. And she tried to do like a small bit of fire just to light it. A pit yawned open inside of her. The magic erupted out before she could shout a warning. She incinerated the entire surrounding area. With the smoke and flames clearing thanks to Rowan's wind, he merely sighed. At least you didn't panic and shift back into your human form. She supposed that was a compliment. Now,
I
we
just
move
wrote
back.
this next part. I wrote smooching.
Smooching. Yeah,
Because
this
of
is
course
literally...
Dorian and Sorsha
We're
kiss
back to
again.
Dorian and Sorsha again. For a full page and a half. Two and a half pages.
This time she initiates.
She has been thinking about this kiss constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
for
just
however long.
Just, you know. They figure out to do the contraceptive tonic, and then when she goes back to basically, like, give it to him, they have this conversation basically about, like, you realize, like, Dorian's basically like, you realize how dangerous this is. And you're doing it anyways. Like, why? Because he's confused as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically, like, thanks her, and he just, like, he's not pushing it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And she just kind of is like, okay, great. Like, I just did it because, you know, I didn't want your dad to kill you or whatever. So, she, like, turns around and leaves. But she didn't want to be unnoticed. Not with him. Not forever. He made her want to laugh and sing and shake the world with her voice. The door swung open, and she found him standing in the doorway, solemn and wary. Maybe there could be no future, no hope for anything more, but just looking at him standing there in this moment, she wanted to be selfish and stupid and wild. It could all go to hell tomorrow, but she had to know what it was like for just a little while to belong to someone, to be wanted and cherished. He didn't move, he didn't do anything but stare, seeing her exactly how she saw him. As she grabbed the lapels of his tunic, pulled his face down to hers, and kissed him fiercely. Great. Cute.
There's your semi-pepper.
There's your one pepper, guys.
Well,
At
it would
least
be
for
zero.
part
It's
one.
kissing.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. It's just kissing. It's 0.
Yeah.
Just a 0.
And then in this same time frame and in Adarlan, Kale is gonna meet up with Aiden.
They're going to meet up with
and Ren.
Aiden and Ren and Murtaugh because they're
And
going to
Murtaugh.
discuss more about the birds and all of
Yeah.
this stuff, and like get basically a first person recollection.
Yeah, from Ren and Murtaugh.
Things don't go as planned.
Of course not. So
They like go
Kale
to the meeting place.
and Adian make it to the meeting place. They're like walking through the slums. They have cloaks on. They're trying to be as unnoticed as possible.
Incognito.
They get to this alley. They're waiting, which is like the meeting point. Ren stumbles in, clutching at his like midsection, and he's like, I was followed. And Adian's like, how many men? He goes, 6. It's like, all right. So he pretty much looks at Kale. Did you lose them? Nope. I killed one and then got like some of them are still coming. I just got away. And so he's like, all right, cool. Got it. Perfect. He, of course, goes into immediate, like, I'm a badass mode. He, triggers his inner Aelin, pretty much, and all his, like, forever training, and is like, Kale, you take Ren. Go hide behind those things and don't make a fucking peep. And then,
no sounds.
Of course, Adian waits there as the 6 guards come through. And I think my favorite line that has ever been said, maybe not ever, but I really enjoyed it. And the men paused when they beheld Adian standing before them, still hooded. The general drew his fighting knives and purred. None of you are leaving this alley alive. Kale marveled at Adian's skill, the speed and swiftness and the utter confidence that made it like watching a brutal, unforgiving dance. It was over before it really started. The 6 assailants seemed at ease with weapons, but against a man with fey blood surging in his veins, they were useless. No wonder Adian had risen to such high ranking so quickly. He'd never seen another man fight like that. Only Celaena had come close. He couldn't tell which of them would win if they were ever matched against each other. But together, Kale's heart went cold at the thought. 6 men dead in a matter of moments. 6.
Faye, baby!
Let's go!
Let's go!
There is a talk of their uniform because, of course, Adian notices the wyvern on their uniform.
Kale, isn't it Kale that notices it?
Well, Adian looks at him and is like, do you know them? Kale's like, I don't know these men. I've never seen that uniform. From the sound of it, Adian said, the rage still simmering. There are more of them out there, and they're combing the slums door to door for Ren. We need a place to hide.
Yeah.
Then
so
Ren is like, I know where.
2 really important things that happen here, which is like, they go to find a place to hide. The Ren's place for them to hide is a freaking brothel, which is hilarious.
I thought it was like a drug ring place.
I think it's a...
She gave them drugs. It might
be like... Oh no, it could be... I thought that there were
It's like a drug den.
Oh, it could just be a drug den. I thought it was...
It might also be a brothel, but at no point were escorts involved in their cover. It was all like, take this pipe.
I think it's just the way
that
this lady, it's the way that this lady says it, because basically what happens is like, they go to this place to hide. They like basically like put on disguises and are like, okay, everyone act like as drugged out as you possibly can, and they won't notice. Because that way Ren can literally like look half dead and still pretend like he's just drugged instead. Mm-hmm. And the madam, that's the other reason I think, is because they call her a madam. These guards like come in to try to look for them, and the madam goes, 5 of you then? She chirped loudly enough for them to hear. We're looking for a fugitive, was the growled response. Clear out of the way. Surely you would like to rest. We have private rooms for groups, and you're all such big men. Each word was purred, a sensual feast. It is extra for bringing in swords and daggers. A liability, you see, when the drugs take you. Women, enough! I think when I read that, and she goes, we have private rooms for groups, you're all such big men, I was like, oh. Alright.
Yeah, I got the when the drug takes you, and I went, oh, what's she dealing? Huh?
What's she dealing? Maybe it's both.
What kind of drugs?
I
mean, it's probably opium. We know Caltaine was all up in that opium, so.
Probably.
They don't get caught, which is,
They don't get caught. The men
woo.
literally just like
They walk into
are
the room,
like-
and of course, Adian is like, "Is that the wine?"
I do love Adian. Like,
We've been
don't
waiting
come
20
back
minutes.
unless you have the wine.
Yeah. Where's our wine? So they don't get
The
caught.
men just swore and left.
Then they go and move away. Or they don't move away. Murtaugh shows up at this place.
Yeah. It's probably like a safe
meeting place for Ren and
place
Murtaugh,
around,
I'm
yeah.
sure. All of those dark uniforms, all unfamiliar. Who the hell were they? Why had Red been targeted? The men just swore at them and then continued on. 5 minutes later, they were gone.
So this is when we're like, after they escape and they're not being chased anymore, they have a little bit more of a conversation about the uniform specifically.
Aiden's attention remained on the door, a hand on one of his fighting knives. They wore uniforms with the royal sigil. Even the captain didn't recognize them. You need to lay low for a while. So we learn in the fighting scene, Kale notices the uniform and Adian kind of like the two of them have this like, oh shit moment together where Adian kind of like turns on Kale and is like, the fuck? Why do they have a sigil? And he's like, I've never seen this uniform before. Like, that's not what my uniform looks like. Because his is like tan with a wyvern or some shit like that.
Yeah, they're
but
different.
It's different. And then this is when they're giving that information to Ren as well. It's like the second time they've brought up, they're like, there's a wyvern. There's the wyvern is the King of Adarlan's like sigil specifically. It's described in book 1, I believe. They talk about it on either his throne. Well, his throne is made of glass because everything's made of glass for this man. It's stupid. But it's like on his robe or on the hilt of his sword. There's something that has a wyvern on it at like the very beginning of book 1 when you first like meet the King of Adarlan, before you know that he has wyvern that he's been farming for the last however many years.
Yeah. It was a black heavy material emblazoned on it in dark thread, nearly invisible save for the glint of the moonlight, was a wyvern, the royal sigil. So they like changed from whatever color it was like a black heavy material, and then basically like black on black was the wyvern on top of it, which sounds kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie.
Sounds like a cool uniform.
I would wear it if it weren't evil. Sounds evil.
The fact that it's like heavy material too gives you the idea that these people are in a cold place, probably.
Maybe.
Mountain. Perchance.
Perchance? Perchance?
Maybe?
Maybe.
So then
they talk about like, now that they're all in the same place again, finally, now they're talking about like the theory that they have for like what these birds actually meant that they were talking about earlier. They believe that it's a spell that caused like magic to go away, and it came from specific points like a beacon. Kale's like, is there some way to undo it? And he's like, well, our work was interrupted because, you know, all this shit from the past couple of weeks has happened. But basically their thought is they have a map that does a triangle like across the continent. So there's like a line from Rifthold to the Frozen Wastes to the edge of like the deserted peninsula, and then the third line goes back to Rifthold. It's like this big triangle that they've drawn, and they believe that like the spell basically like came from those 3 points, and that's how the magic is gone. I remember reading this and thinking that these are like the 3 points that if that's where it came from, that's where they'd have to like go to destroy it. But I still don't know how that plays.
My thought is So Rifthold, as we learn in book 1, because Cain likes to use all these word marks, we learn wherever those gargoyles are, there's a word gate there. And that's a centralized point.
Yeah.
So
okay, that makes sense.
If the king has a word key, maybe he fucked around with word gate, and then there's other word gates. Because they talk about Nehemia talked about there being other word gates in other locations.
Yeah.
And then being tied
they
together.
exist other places.
So these could be 3 word gates, which is how he harvested, or not necessarily harvested his power. These
Harnessed?
could just be 3, harnessed his power. He could have harnessed it through the word gates. And spoiler for another book that has gates, they tie together in some manner.
If you know, and that's all the spoilers we're gonna give.
If you know, you know. Those gates tie together.
And if you don't, read the other books.
Keep reading.
Just read everything. Read all of it.
Yeah. I could see that. Those
that
being
makes sense.
tied in that manner. My thought is that maybe Ren and Murtaugh only know about these 3 points, and they don't know about another
That's what I'm thinking. Is it's again, they like when they get to the end, they're like, our work was interrupted by the disturbance with Archer, and our sources vanished from the city for fear of their lives. But there has to be a way. So they talk about like how they're gonna kind of start looking again, and
there could have been one in
Ren's like,
Garrison.
I don't know where we're gonna stay. Kale's like, I have an apartment you can go stay at. You motherfucker.
Kale, stop.
So Adian and Ren and Murtaugh. I really like Murtaugh, so like I'm fine that Murtaugh's getting a safe place to stay, but like, you know.
Yeah.
Feels like
still,
not your
it's
decision.
not your apartment to let
it's not
people
your apartment.
Go to.
It's fine. From here we flip back to Manon.
Yeah. I think the big takeaways for me in this section are that Abraxos refuses to eat.
Yeah.
The food that was given to her by the like overseers, whatever they harvested in their like wherever. So she takes him off to another area to train, and she brings food from the overseers or handlers for him to eat, because she's like, you need to eat, and he's refusing. Instead, he's laying in a field sniffing flowers.
With flowers.
Which is adorable.
I love him.
And I want just like a plushie with a wyvern and a little flower just like sitting on his nose.
I bet you I can find a crochet pattern. I bet you actual money.
Yes. So she fights him and is like, eat it. And he's like kind of looking at her like, no thank you, I don't want that disgusting trash. And then she, of course, is like, fine, then I'll eat it. And she rips it open and goes to take a bite, and then immediately spits it out and is like, that is disgusting and vile. And so she realizes that it tastes similar to the blood of the guy she cut his hand. And so she's like, all right, fine, if you're not going to eat that, I guess I'll go find you something fresh. So then she goes and hunts a mountain goat or something like that. And
because he refuses to do it.
Yeah. He lays
literally
there.
like will not go hunt. He's like, I'm gonna sit here and sniff flowers, and she goes and has to fucking hunt for him.
Abraxa was curled up like a cat on the narrow stretch of a flat rock atop the mountain. Willful, lazy worm. He didn't even blink at her. Just hilarious.
She goes, regardless, Abraxas had to eat because he has to get strong so she can be wing leader. So she could see the look on Iskra's face when she ripped her apart at the war games. And if this was the only way to get the worm to eat, fine, she said, chuckling the leg away. You want fresh meat? She scanned the mountains towering around them, eyeing the gray stones. Then we're going to have to hunt. And then it pauses, and it picks back up, and it says, "You smell like shit and blood. Her grandmother didn't turn from her desk, but Manon didn't flinch at the insult. She was covered in both, actually, thanks to Abraxos, the flower-loving worm, who had just watched while she scaled one of the nearby cliffs, brought down a braying mountain goat for him. Brought down was a more elegant phrase than what actually happened. She half froze to death as she waited for some goats to pass on their treacherous climb, and then, when she finally ambushed one, she'd not only rolled in its dung as she grappled with it, but it had also dumped a fresh load on her right before it went tumbling out of her arms and broke its skull on the rocks below."
And then it says, Abraxos, still lying on his belly, sniffing the wildflowers when she returned from the dead with the dead goat in her arms, its blood now iced on her cloak and tunic. He devoured the goat in 2 bites, and then gone back to enjoying his wildflowers. Just like, oh my god.
Brought down was a more elegant phrase than what actually happened. Also, but it had also dumped a fresh load on her. It's like, Sarah, we are really enjoying the PG-13 way of describing things right now.
Better than watery bowels.
Bro.
Anything will be better than
Sarah, why
bowels.
have you done this? You started off so strong. Let's go back. Can we go back to this? She's, like, someone in this series has already wet themselves. Like, that was described. You just say that they wet themselves. That's fine. We can do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is fine.
Watery bowels.
Watery bowels is terrible.
So, of course, Manon's grandmother is like, I want you airborne tomorrow. Don't bother coming back if you're not. So, of course, Manon is on a tight leash now and has to get Abraxos airborne. So, she goes about it in a way.
Badass way.
Yep. She goes, we're going to fly now. We're going to do it now. And he's like, no, thank you. We just got here. I'd rather just hang out. No, we're flying. Your wings are functional. The humans said they were. So we're going to fly. Instead of giving him any type of warning, she leaps onto his back. Saddle's on him already. She's just like, jump on Wyvern. Got it. He, of course, freaks the fuck out and starts spinning around. And instead of going off the shallow side, which is where she wanted him to, like, fly off of, he steps off the ledge and just, like, plummets towards the spiky rocks at the bottom, of course.
Oopsies.
In the end, it's fine. They end up flying. She pulls up. He's in airborne. They both have this, like, experience of, like, freedom for the first time in a long time, because she used to fly. Obviously, she was a witch, and part of her powers being stripped from her was that she no longer could fly. So it's the first time she's in the air again. So it describes her as having this, like, overflow of joy, but, like, in her way, where it's like joy, but, like, can't show it. And then it also describes a cry that Abraxos let out as they entered the Hall of Clouds, as he leveled out and caught a lightning-fast current, carving a pathway through it. She had not understood what it had been like for him to live his life, an entire life underground, chained and beaten and crippled until then, until she heard that noise of undiluted, unyielding joy.
She has empathy!
Yes. And she
then pulls...
well.
She pulls, like, very lovely How to Train Your Dragon move. And Manon, because no one was watching, because she did not care, flung out her arms as well and savored the free fall, the wind now a song in her ears, in her shriveled heart. Yeah! She has a heart. She has a heart. And her heart grew 3 sizes that day. She basically, like, she takes him back and basically tells him, like, great, you're flying now. We're training every single day until the war games. Because, like, she has to get him fight ready now that he's flying to be able to, like,
Do anything.
basically beat Iskra's ass.
Mm-hmm.
Because the goal is to beat Iskra. This is basically when she goes and she starts, like, she's fly ready now, so they have to start training as a group with the other wyverns and the other 13. So they're going to train constantly until they are just a solid machine. So cool.
She also puts this note. She also talks about, I want us in close quarters. I don't care what the men say about keeping the mounts separate. Let the wyverns sort out their dominance. Let them squabble. But they are going to fly tight as armor. There will be no gaps, no room for attitude or territorial horseshit. We fly this canyon together or we don't fly at all. She looked each of the witches and their mounts in the eye. Abraxos, to her surprise, did the same. What he lacked in size, he made up in sheer will, speed, and dexterity. He sensed currents even before Manon did. When we are done, if we survive, we'll meet on the other side and do it again. Until it's perfect, your beasts will learn to trust each other and follow orders. The wind kissed her cheeks. Don't fall behind, she said, and Abraxos plunged into the canyon. Yes. Except for they are training to work for King of Adarlan, but
we love Abraxos.
We love Abraxos, and I think
will get better.
I think because of all of her, something's not right,
and her strange character development, where she has empathy for beasts.
Mm-hmm. I don't think she likes.
She doesn't care about people.
Yes.
Much yet.
She doesn't care about humans. She doesn't care about humans though. We know she doesn't care about humans, so it's very likely she's like, "Fuck this King of Adarlan. Like, who cares about the humans? Like, if I can get them, if we can get control of his wyverns."
I'm gonna take your wyverns. We're gonna run. Bye. Thank you for these.
See ya. We're also not feeding them that trash you're giving them anymore either.
That shit's gross.
Yeah. So.
Okay. This is it. This is the last bit.
This is the final.
It's all Celaena and Rowan from here on out, guys.
Yeah.
Until the end of part 1.
Final 50 pages.
Something
right?
Like
Roughly 50 pages of part 1. So, of course, you know, it's going to be great. In the evenings, this is something we haven't touched on, but in the evenings, we talked about Emrys and how he's a storyteller. And so after dinner, they sit by the fire and he tells stories. This is the first day that Celaena asks specifically for a story. And she asks, do you know any stories about Queen Maeve? Meanwhile, while this is all occurring, she's sitting by like a cracked open door, and Rowan comes every night in his bird form, in his hawk form, and sits outside the door. And so she is sitting with him this whole time. And of course, we get a little bit of background of Maeve. Long ago, when there was no mortal king on Wendlyn's throne, the fairies still walked among us. Some were good and fair, some were prone to little mischiefs, and some were fouler and darker than the blackest night. But they were all of them ruled by Maeve and her 2 sisters, whom they called Mora and Maeve. Cunning Mora, who bore the shape of a great hawk that was Rowan's mighty bloodline. Fair Mob, who bore the shape of a swan, and the dark Maeve, whose wildness could not be contained by any single form. So we get a lot of backstory in this little kind of blip. We get the idea that Maeve maybe can shift into anything she wants. But we don't know. We know her one sister can be a swan, and then of course Mora, Rowan's bloodline, also a hawk. So he could be very, very closely related to Mora. But we don't know that. She is a queen and he's a prince. So
I mean, he is a prince from her bloodline specifically. It's just like,
but we don't know
years.
whose kid
Yeah.
he is. And he's been around for a long time. We know that much.
Not long enough to have been alive when she was alive, though. So definitely not like son or like direct descendant.
Yeah, that's true. During this whole interaction, one of Rowan's friends appear. Maybe another guard of some kind that's of equal stature to him or something.
Yeah. They do mention in the book that there's like, I think there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
That are like blood sworn to Maeve.
Mm-hmm.
It's Rowan, this guy, and then I think there's 2 others.
Yeah. So this is Gavriel is his name. Of course, Celaena like sees this happen. So he transforms back into his like Fae form, and Gavriel lands there as well. He was a mountain lion, I believe, and transformed as well. And of course, they're like hugging each other and they're like very brotherly towards each other. They know each other and are on good terms. It's not like something bad happens. And they go off.
He comes in the form of a mountain cat.
Mm-hmm.
And she like chokes on her food. It's like, is no one else seeing this right now? Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And like everyone's chill about it because again, he then turns into a person.
Yeah.
Into a fae, and she's like, oh, okay, cool.
She sometimes forgot that Rowan had a life beyond the fortress. It hadn't bothered her before, and she wasn't sure why remembering it now suddenly settled in her stomach like a dead weight. So pretty much she gets jealous that he has a friend and he's being nice to someone, and he's not nice to her, typically. She, of course, feigns this like, oh, I'll just bring them food because they definitely didn't eat dinner. I didn't see them eat dinner. I was here in the kitchen. Of course, I didn't see them. So I'll bring them food. So she's trying to like get information, but also she's like kind of jealous that this person has another friend that isn't her, that it's not just like the 2 of them together. She realizes after the fact that maybe doing this was not the best idea. Going up to his room and being like, hello, here's food. I brought you guys dinner. I assume you and your friend didn't eat yet. And in this interaction, Rowan is tattooing Graviel. What did I just say? Gavriel?
Yep.
Rowan is tattooing Gavriel, and he pretty much, Rowan is like, get out. And she's like, I brought you food. Do you want the stew? And he pretty much says, leave it. And so she leaves and shuts the door. She, of course, realizes when she's like leaving that, wow, I shouldn't have done that. He then comes out and is frustrated that she came into his like private sanctuary of his own like rooms. She starts asking questions to like maybe heed some of his anger and like pivot his brain to something else. She's like, do you do it for money? Like, do you tattoo people for money? Like, that's fun kind of thing. He's like, it's none of your business. And I would never stoop so low. Like, oh, okay, I guess tattoo artist is not on your list of decent jobs, but fine, whatever. Rude, but you know, it might be better if you just slapped me instead of what? Instead of reminding me again and again how rutting, worthless, and awful and cowardly I am. Believe me, I can do the job well enough on my own. So just hit me because I'm damn tired of trading insults. And you know what? You don't even bother to tell me you'd be unavailable. If you'd said something, I never would have come. I'm sorry I did, but you just left me downstairs. This triggers something in her and triggers something in him. They both have a very adverse reaction to this. She, of course, gets panicky because she's realizing that she felt betrayed and abandoned by him walking off with his friend. You left me, she repeated. Maybe it was only out of blind terror at the abyss opening up again around her, but she whispered, I have no one left. No one. He, of course, has wonderful reactions to anytime she shares things, typically. And his features remained impassive, turning vicious even as he said, There is nothing that I can give you, nothing I want to give you. You are not owed an explanation for what I do outside of training. I don't care what you have been through or what you want to do with your life. The sooner you can sort out your whining and self-pity, the sooner I can be rid of you. You are nothing to me, and I do not care. So he pretty much turned her words back onto her that she's been saying of this, like, I do not care, like, leave me alone, I don't care, to like everyone around her who's trying to be nice to her. He does the same thing to her.
My God, they lash out in the same way because they have similar trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
So she, of course, storms out and is like, cool, like, get fucked, Rowan, I don't care. She went to bed fully clothed. The next morning, she goes down to breakfast to work her shift. And this is kind of like another straw that like breaks Celaena. Emrys is excited because Malachi brought him a gift, and the gift is a knife. And that knife happens to have engraved with lotus blossoms, which is a sign of something that she recognized from Eelway. And of course, he solidifies that and says it came all the way from Eelway. At this point, she just like breaks open completely. So she's like, I have nothing. The one person I thought I like could trust again or like could confide in slightly was just awful to me as well. And she, of course, just repeats to Emrys, I do not care, I do not care, I do not care. Of course, this breaks his heart because he, as always, is just trying to be nice to her and like bring her into their circle to like make her feel at home.
And Luca tells her not to be rude, but calls her by the name that she gave them, which is Alentia.
Yeah.
Which doesn't, it's the perfect storm of her just complete breakdown.
Yeah.
And she yells at all of them. It's like, I don't care about your knife. I don't care about you people. I don't care about the kingdom. Just leave me alone. And just pushes everyone away. And just
she saw the
leaves.
tears in Emrys's eyes then. Sorrow or pity or anger, she didn't care. Luca and Malachi were still between them, growling softly. A family. They were a family and they stuck together. They would rip her apart if she hurt one of them. Celaena let out a low, joyless laugh as she took in the three of them. Emrys's opened his mouth to say whatever it was he thought would help, but Celaena let out another dead laugh and walked out the door. Oh, this scene, this whole thing, like broke my heart. Because
all of this breaks my heart. Like it's so sad because immediately after this is like Rowan finds Emrys basically after this has happened. Like he goes down. He spent the entire night. The one thing that I want to point out about the tattoos that he was giving is that they tattoo the names of the fallen on their backs. Like that's what the tattoos are. So Rowan had been tattooing the names of the people that Gavriel had lost on his back. And he'd listened to him talk about the men that he lost, and then Rowan went down to the kitchen and is like immediately confronted by Emrys, because Emrys is basically down there like crying, like grieving. And he is like, what are you doing to that girl? Like, what are you doing that makes her come in here with such emptiness in her eyes? That's none of your concerns. That's none of your concern. Emrys pressed his lips into a tight line. What do you see when you look at her, Prince? He didn't know. These days, he didn't know a damn thing. That's none of your concern either. Amherst ran a hand over his weathered face. I see her slipping away, bit by bit, because you shove her down when she so desperately needs someone to help her back up. And then this is when he kind of reveals that he knows who she is. He says, "Did you know that Evelyn Ash River was my friend? She spent almost a year working in this kitchen, living here with us, fighting to convince your queen that the demi-fae have a place in your realm. She fought for our rights until the very day she departed this kingdom, and many years after, until she was murdered by those monsters across the sea. So I knew who her daughter was the moment you brought her into this kitchen. All of us who were here 25 years ago recognized her for what she is." It wasn't often that he was surprised, but Rowan just stared. "She has no hope, Prince. She has no hope left in her heart. Help her. If not for her sake, then at least for what she represents. What she could offer all of us, you included." "And what is that?" he dared ask. Emrys met his gaze, unflinching, as he whispered, "A better world."
I'm glad someone
It's so sad.
said something to Rowan because
Good. Fuck you,
he
Rowan. You're being a
pisses me
shithead.
off.
Celaena's like out in the woods, just walking and walking and walking. And she hears a woman's voice that she thinks is her mother's voice, saying, "Why are you crying, Fireheart? Fireheart, why do you cry?" "Because I'm lost," she whispered into the earth, "and I do not know the way." And Rowan finds her and comes to her.
You want to
she's
talk
sitting-
about it? She's like, no, leave me
No.
alone. Like, God.
And he says, "Good, because we're going." "Going where?" "I think I've started to figure you out, Aelin Galathinius." So, he goes, because he's so smart, and this
He's
was his
pulling
best
a
plan.
kale.
He goes and sets up this elaborate, I don't know, test for her for some reason. He puts Luca
Sweet
on
baby
the
angel.
other end, stuck to a tree, and there's this big river or something in the way.
He has chains on his arms, and then the chains go through the ice, and the other end is stuck through the ice.
But
And so
he's on he's on land, isn't he?
No, he's on the ice. He's
just
on the
in the
ice
middle.
because all he's doing
Rowan,
is
you
sitting on a
stupid.
blanket to keep his butt warm, pretty much.
Also, Luca's like totally chill with this the entire time that this is happening.
He's like, hey, how's it going?
Luca's like, "Oh, I'm so glad you guys are here. Did you bring snacks?" "Luca, you know what is happening." And Aelin's like, "I'm sorry, what's going on? What are we doing?" And Rowan's like, "You have to go get him and bring him back." And she's like,
what do you mean?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Go get him. Are you out of your mind?
She says, "Tell me I'm hallucinating." Go get him.
In your other form. Luca's head was angled as if trying to hear. "He doesn't know what I am," she murmured. "You've been living in a fortress of demi-fae, you know. He won't care." That was the least of her concerns anyway. How dare you drag him into this? You dragged him in yourself when you insulted him, and Emrys, the least you can do is retrieve him.
She's also talking about the fact that he blew out a breath towards the lake, and the ice thawed by the shore, then hardened. Holy gods, he'd frozen the whole damn lake. He was that powerful. Which I think is very impressive, because he has frozen the whole lake. So,
I like her inner thought, where, after that, he pointed again to the sheet of ice between her and Luca. So, free him. If she lost control, if her fire got out of her, well, fire and ice certainly went well together, didn't they? What happens to Luca if I fail? He'll be very cold and very wet, and possibly die. She knew he was enough of a sadist to let the boy go under with her, but maybe not die. Were the chains really necessary? This whole interaction is just like, come on.
He does, this whole thing is like so many steps more than what was necessary. This is also the second time then Rowan's like, I'm gonna put her through a test, it'll be fine, and then puts her in like serious fucking danger. So
Puts all of them in serious danger.
He does put, well, this time he puts all of them in danger.
Yeah.
The first time he just puts her in danger, and then he's like dragging her out, being like, what the fuck, you're such a little bitch. It's like,
Can't believe you just like
she almost became a
had a
husk and
tantrum.
died, but okay. Luca literally this whole time is being like, I was so excited to see her Fae form, this is great. She makes it out there, she's able to get his chains off, and then the ice emitted a deep groan that could only mean something cold and wet was coming her way really damn soon. And she took another step, if only because the way back seemed like it would shatter. She was sweating now. The magic, the fire, was warming her from the inside out. The whole time that she's walking out there trying to get to Luca, his plan is to like put her in a really stressful situation where the whole point is for her to control her fire enough to not melt the ice, but be able to get him out, and then control it and get all the way back without injuring any of them. And he is like giving her encouragement basically the whole way through. Like, he says, you are in control now. Rowan said from the shore, you are its master. You're the keeper of your own fate. Luca's also saying, you have nothing to hide, you know. We all knew you could shift anyway, and if it makes you feel any better, Sten's animal form is a pig. He won't even shift for shame.
She would have laughed, actually felt her insides tighten to bark out the sound that had been buried for months, but then she remembered the chains around his wrists. I'll forgive every awful thing you said earlier if we can go eat something right now. It smells awful in here. His senses had to be sharper than hers. The cave had only a faint hint of rust, mold, and rotting things. Just hold still and stop talking, she said more sharply. So she melts the ice. I read that as she made a hole and he pulls the chain out.
His plan is to just leave him chained and have her melt the... This is a dumber plan than I thought it was, which was that her goal was to like get him unchained with her fire by like melting the chain and getting him out.
Mm-hmm.
This was a worse plan, which was to just leave him chained, but then have the goal be for her to melt the... Okay.
Like push against his power and melt the ice.
Yeah.
Get the chain out.
Please tell me you brought food, Lucas said again. Is that why you came? Rowan promised you snacks? I'm a growing boy. He winced, then looked at Rowan. And you don't say no to him. No, indeed. No one has ever said no to him, and that was probably why Rowan thought a scheme like this was acceptable.
This is where we realize that there's something watching them from beneath the surface of the ice.
Uh-oh. There was a giant red eye staring at her.
Mm-hmm.
She basically, like, breathes to Luca. It's like, get off the ice right now. She's shut up and go. So they are now, like, trying to get off the ice as quickly as possible, but there is this crazy sea serpent in there, and Rowan's like, oh, oops, my bad. Didn't know that was here. Thought this was abandoned. My bad.
Mm-hmm.
And they, like, barely escape.
A scaled, massive head stared up at her. Not a dragon or a wyvern, not a serpent or a fish, but something in between. It was missing an eye, the flesh scarred around the empty socket. What in the hell had done that? Was there something worse down there, swimming at the belly of the mountain? Of course she'd be left unarmed in the center of a lake lined with weapons. She, of course, then yells at Rowan, "Weapon, please." And he tosses her one that happens to have a red gem on it. Something clattered from the scabbard onto the ice, a plain golden ring. She grabbed it, shoving it into her pocket, and ran faster as the ice lifted again, because the monster was, of course, hitting against it, trying to get to them. And then, of course, they bolted out of the cave, and it stopped at the edge of the cave. She thought it was because of, like, the light outside, that it was in this dark cave, and now it's come into the light.
She gets into a huge fight with Rowan after they come out of the cave, because she's basically like living Nehemia all over again. You will keep other people out of it, she screamed so loudly that the birds stopped chattering. She thrashed against him, gripping his wrists. No one else. Tell me why, Aelin. That goddamn name. She dug her nails into his wrists. Because I'm sick of it. She was gulping down air, each breath shuddering as the horrific realization she'd been holding at bay since Nehemia's death came loose. I told her I would not help, so she orchestrated her own death because she thought, she laughed a horrible wild sound. She thought that her death would spur me into action. She thought that I could somehow do more than her. She was worth more dead, and she lied about everything. She lied to me because I was a coward, and I hate her for it. I hate her for leaving me. Rowan still pinned her, his arms, his warm blood dripping onto her face. She had said it. She said the words she'd been choking on for weeks. The rage seeped from her like a wave pulling away from the shore, and she let go of his wrists. Please, she panted, not caring that she was begging. Please don't bring anyone else into this. I will do anything you ask of me, but that is my line. Anything but that. His eyes were veiled as he finally let go of her eyes. She gazed up at the canopy. She would not cry in front of him, not a day. Not again. She peeled back, the space between them now a tangible thing. How did she die? She let the moisture against her back seep into her, cool her bones. She manipulated a mutual acquaintance into thinking she needed to kill her in order to further his agenda. He hired an assassin and made sure I wasn't around and had her murdered. What happened to the two men? The assassin I hunted down and left in pieces in an alleyway, and the man who hired her. Blood on her hands, her clothes, and in her hair. Chaos, horrified stare. I gutted him and dumped his body in the sewer. They were two of the worst things she'd done. Out of pure hatred and vengeance and rage, she waited for the lecture, but Rowan merely said, good. Yes. Yes. This whole scene is why I like him so much. Because she literally writes it out. She writes out that they are the two worst things that she's ever done, and she waits for the lecture that everyone else has given her up until this point. Gives her weird looks, gives her, like, disapproving stares. And Rowan's like, good, great, perfect. That's done and taken care of, and you did it well.
This is also where she notices that she burned handprints on him when he was pinning her down.
True. And she feels terrible.
Yeah, she feels terrible about it. And she says, I am so sorry, she started, but he held up a hand. You do not apologize, he said, for defending the people you care about.
Yeah.
She then, of course, snaps back, I'm keeping the sword. He goes, you haven't earned it, but consider this a favor. Leave it in your rooms when we're training. Like, don't bring a sword, because I'm kind of scared of you a little. But, like, also, not really. But yes, I am.
He can disarm
but
her,
you can't
no
know.
problem.
Yeah.
But you can keep it, because I'll be nice for this one time.
She, of course, sasses him and goes, that's twice now you've made a mess of my training with your tasks. I'm fairly sure that makes you the worst instructor I've ever had. I'm surprised it took you this long to call attention to it. She snorted as they approached the fortress. We later realize they, of course, go back to Mistward. They run back into Emrys and the kitchen. They get back, of course, Luca's huddled by the fire, and Emrys, of course, gives them food immediately because they're all, like, exhausted, tired, and cold. This is, like, another one of my favorite, like, quotes that I have, like, 4 things highlighted on these, like, 2 pages. I have a bunch highlighted. Celaena slumped next to Rowan on the bench and swore viciously at the pain in her leg, her face, her arms. Swore at the pain in the ass sitting right next to her. Clean out your mouth, too, while you're at it, Emrys snapped. Luca was huddled by the fire, wide-eyed and making a sharp, cutting gesture across her neck, as if to warn Celaena about something. Even Malachi, seated at the other end of the table with 2 weathered sentries, was watching her with raised brows. Rowan was already hunched over the table, digging into his stew. She glanced again at Luca, who frantically tapped his ears. She didn't transform out of her fae, and so she shifted back while staring at Malachi, which I thought was hilarious. They made eye contact, and she just shifted back into her human form. Like, yeah, problem? Question mark. Like, you got something for me? Makes no difference to me whether your ears are pointed or round or what your teeth look like. But, he added, looking at Rowan, I can't deny I'm glad to see you got a few punches in this time. Rowan's head snapped up from his bowl as Emrys pointed a spoon at him. Don't you think you've had enough of beating each other into a pulp? What good does it accomplish other than providing me with a scullery maid whose face scares the wits out of our sentries? You think any of us like to hear you two cursing and screaming every afternoon? The language you use is enough to curdle all the milk in Wendlyn. Rowan lowered his head and mumbled something into his stew. For the first time in a long, long while, Celaena felt the corners of her lips tug up. That whole, like, little interaction of coming back is, like, one of my favorites.
The whole scene of them going home and like reuniting with Emrys, and then like the fact that Rowan sticks around too is like so nice. Like he does not converse with them normally, and it's like he's trying to be
Separate
apart
himself a
and
little.
like make connections. And they end up like at the end of the night, like Rowan and Celaena end up having a conversation about like basically like we get a lot of information about his trauma, and we learn that he had had a mate previously, and he was so like caught up in trying to like serve his queen and do like everything that she wanted and get like glory basically, that he had left his mate to go to war and basically left her undefended, and then she was killed while he was out fighting, and he learned that she had been pregnant, and they killed her anyways. And then he just kind of went into like a really deep depression. He didn't want to live. He just spent so many years in his hawk form, and he didn't know like how long he'd been in the form either, because he would basically just go like swap back and forth when he needed to eat, and that was it. He says, when you lose a mate, you don't. A shake of the head. I lost all sense of self, of time and place. I hunted them down, all the males who hurt her. I took a long while killing them. She was pregnant, had been pregnant since I left her, but I'd been so enamored with my own foolish agenda that I hadn't centered it on her. I left my pregnant mate alone. For 10 years, I did nothing. I vanished. I went mad, beyond mad. I felt nothing at all. I just left. I wandered the world in and out of my forms, hardly marking the seasons, eating only when my hawk told me it needed to be fed or it would die. I would have let myself die, except I couldn't bring myself. He trailed off and cleared his throat. I might have stayed that way forever, but Maeve tracked me down. She said it was enough time spent in mourning and that I was to serve her as prince and commander, to work with a handful of other warriors to protect the realm. It was the first time I'd spoken to anyone since the day I found Lyria, the first time I'd heard my name or remembered it. It's just so sad.
At the end of this, Celaena, of course, feels for him because she also has gone through this trauma of losing a lot of people that she cared about. Obviously, she lost her parents. She doesn't know about Aedion and him being alive. She lost Nehemia. Archer turned out to be terrible, and that's also someone from her childhood that she thought she could trust, and lost him as well. Kale sent her away to Wendlyn, so she doesn't know what she can do there. She obviously left Dorian, which at the time when she left was like her only friend anymore, so she knows loss.
She has no one.
Yeah.
Right now.
And this is a nice bit that you and I both highlighted. How did you come back from that kind of loss? I didn't. For a long while, I couldn't. I think I'm still not back. I might never be. She nodded, lips pressed tight, and glanced toward the window. But maybe, he said, quietly enough that she looked at him again. He didn't smile, but his eyes were inquisitive. Maybe we could find the way back together. He would not apologize for today or yesterday or any of it. I think, she said, barely more than a whisper. I would like that very much. He held out a hand. Together, then. She studied the scarred, calloused palm and the tattooed face full of a grim sort of hope. Someone who did understand what it was like to be crippled at your very core. Perhaps they would never get out of it. Perhaps they would never be whole again. But together, she said, and took his outstretched hand, and somewhere far and deep inside her, an ember began to glow.
Yeah. And that's just the end of the first part, guys.
We still have so much left.
Yeah, but the second part, they're friends now, so it's gonna be more fun, right?
I hope so.
Plus, we're gonna get to see the wyverns fight and stuff. Please.
We'll definitely get more wyvern, I'm sure.
I hope so. This is
We'll
a lot
get
of
more
book left
Abraxos.
to not give a shit about the wyverns anymore. That's a lot of book left.
Yeah. We got just over halfway.
Yes.
Based off of visual representation of where my little
it is the end
dot is
of part 1 in the book. Part 2 is called Heir of Fire, and that will be our next episode.
Thanks for hanging out, checking out our podcast, and being on this journey through Throne of Glass with us. Obviously, that was Heir of Fire Part 1, which is Heir of Ash. We hope you enjoyed your time here. You can find us at the Smut Peddlers on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. And we'll see you guys next time for part 2. Goodbye!